Hello, everybody. Hi, 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 hi. So thank you for coming this morning to the first event on our second day, yay, of our Black Solidarity Conference. Once again, I definitely appreciate you and your time and your willingness to be with us. Today, we are going to start off with August Smith, and I just want to do a brief introduction of August before they come up to the mic and share with us some of their research. If you were at the events the other day, I told you my cell phone will appear prominently as I read from it my speeches during the course of this conference, so just give me a moment. August Smith is a doctoral student in sociology at the Graduate Center at CUNY. All right, there we go. Smith's current work uses critical race theory to investigate differences in students' and teachers' perceptions of their school with the goal of better understanding the impacts of culturally sustaining empathetic practices. The overarching goal of their research is to understand how teachers and students can resist and subvert white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, and capitalist exploitation. We're very glad to have August this year as one of our emerging BIPOC scholars. And once again, we're very blessed today that they took the time to come up to visit us. August, if you wouldn't mind coming up. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name's August. Like Willie just said, Dr. Morris just said, I'm a graduate student in sociology at the Grad Center. And so this sort of presentation about my research generally, of course, is in sociology, and this is like a little bit different for it to be more interdisciplinary. It kind of seems like there's more of a humanities vibe going on here. So it's like exciting and nerve-wracking to sort of like switch it up a little bit. In sociology, you can kind of use your like emotional support overloaded PowerPoint with like a bunch of tables and graphs that only you understand, and like you're trying to explain it to everybody, but nobody really understands what you're talking about. So I'm trying to let go of that for this and try to go for like a different speaking style than what I'm used to, so be patient with me. I also recently had to cut out caffeine, so please, my brain is not working right, so be patient. But I'm really excited to sort of do this talk. I'm going to be doing it more like conversationally, and I hope that will make the ideas come across more clearly than if I were to take the more traditional like research presentation approach. I also want to talk for a quick second of just about like graduate school and how it's tough for so many reasons, but part of the reason that it's tough and that pertains to this presentation today is in this sort of project, which is becoming my dissertation. It's been like pulled in so many different directions by different advisors and mentors and just anybody I respect who I ask for their opinion. It kind of gets, pulled is the only way I can think in all of these different directions that sometimes I like and sometimes I don't. Sometimes it feels like the right thing, but I don't really trust it or whatever it is. And especially in sociology, a lot of the time there's a pressure to treat blackness and like race overall, but blackness specifically as just like a variable, which is not helpful a lot of the times. And in sociology, we like to just act like it's a variable. And it's not helpful because we know that like white supremacy and anti-blackness are real, they're global phenomenons, they're a thing that's happening, but in sociology, for some reason we're a little behind on certain things like that. That's why I love I don't know if people know the like Michael Dumas 2014 article. I love citing it, just being like, okay, leave me alone. So if anybody wants to read it, it's great. And so, yeah. Overall, just a lot of the advice that I get is pulling it in a more like quantitative direction or trying to get the project to focus less on blackness and less on black young people. And even in the cases where the statistics are saying, like, this is a uniquely Black thing happening here, or like there's something unique to Blackness happening in this project, there's still, I get pressure to sort of try to ignore it or try to go another direction. And so I'm really excited to be able to talk here and return to that focus, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm excited to sort of let my project be Blacker here than I've been in other presentations when I've presented it in the past at like sociology conferences and other educational conferences. So firstly, when we think about a lot of the solutions that our country has tried to have towards solving the issue of racism, there's been a few approaches. I'm just gonna say 3 here. Obviously there's been a bunch, and these are broad categories, and they're not, you know, inclusive and mutually exclusive either. But I'm gonna say a few just to kind of try to make my point. So one of the sort of solutions that we try to take in solving racism is a sort of like respectability approach, where they're like, all right, well, if Black folks just figure out how to act right, then we'll respect them and this won't be a problem anymore. We also have, and then also we know that that doesn't work, that that's not true, that no matter how respectable you are, sometimes some people are just not gonna like you because of the way that you look. There's also been the sort of contact theory approach, which says that, all right, as long as we integrate, if we have people hanging out with folks of other races, then they'll start, you know, getting along better and they'll understand one another better, and so that will solve the problem. We also know that that hasn't worked either. And then the most recent one that we've seen a lot more, especially in the wake of like the Black Lives Matter movement, is the approach of trying to correct implicit bias. So it's thinking, okay, so people have these implicit biases in their head, and if we can just teach them, reteach them, and help them figure it out, then there won't be any more racism, and it'll go away. Also, I don't know, we'll see, but I don't have a lot of faith that that's gonna work. I think people have been trying it since like the 90s, and it hasn't really been working, but maybe with the new energy we have towards it, it will. Who knows? But there's sort of a thread through all of these in that they're very like heady and they're very logical. And they think that we can solve the problem of racism in our minds if we just think through the problem enough. It's very much giving like Enlightenment, humanistic thinking of like us humans can figure anything out if we just think hard enough about it. But as many scholars have argued, the Enlightenment thinking and the humanism left Black people out of the human part of that. So it's kind of tough to use such approaches when trying to solve a issue like anti-Blackness. Now when we look at education specifically, which is what I do, I study education, we can kind of look at the sort of logics that we've used to try to solve racism, but in schools. So firstly, we've tried to integrate the schools. We thought, all right, if we can get, students of color, specifically also namely Black students, into schools with white students, then they'll have the resources, and also white students will be less racist because they're like hanging out with Black folks. We know that that didn't work. We have kind of taken the cultural capital approach, where we're like, okay, well, if we can teach Black students the tools that they need, if we can teach them the ways of being of the dominant culture, then they'll be able to be successful in school and in college and in life. We also know that that has not worked. Sometimes no matter how much cultural capital you can acquire, some people just won't care. And also we've made I guess maybe a slightly better turn in turning away from the students and making it instead of putting it on the students, we're kind of turning to teachers and admin and saying, okay, maybe it's not the students, maybe there's some implicit bias in the teachers, in the curricula, and so we need to do all kinds of implicit bias training. We need to, just drown teachers in implicit bias training all the time. And make sure they know culturally sustaining pedagogy, culturally responsive pedagogy, and then we'll be able to fix the problem. Once again, that's more new, but I don't see it going very well. It's also, people have been trying versions of it since the 90s, and it's not really been doing much. So once again, all of those solutions, very heady, very logical, if we can just think through the problem, if we can get people to think more rationally, then we can solve racism, anti-Blackness, and then we'll all be happy. And I am of the mind along with lots of other scholars as well, that there's a sort of new, I wouldn't say it's new, but it's a reignited focus on emotion, right? On trying to shift away from thinking about racism through a logical lens and saying maybe this isn't very logical. Maybe it is a really emotional process that we've just been ignoring all of this time. We want to think that we can think through these issues, but really the harder work of it is getting to the emotional roots of what racism is, what anti-blackness is. And so I think that, so in addition to the emotional aspect, another reason that I think is really important to name that is kind of beyond what I personally can try to solve here in this talk or try to talk about here in this talk is that fundamentally, like, this is, the anti-blackness is global, and this country was built on anti-blackness, and therefore, and our schools especially were built on a sort of an assimilationist approach to blackness, on an approach of thinking of black students as low-level workers, and not really, the goal was not for them to feel, to learn, to feel enlightened, to feel cultivated in any way. And that's a very pessimistic approach to take. I know, like, I think I can be a pessimistic person sometimes, but I do think that that is the case. I've probably read too much Afro-pessimism, but it feels like it is true. And it is okay, I think, I think it's okay to accept the fact that perhaps schools were not made for all black students to do well, and that perhaps it might behoove us to divest from schools a little bit, not like financially, but emotionally, and say, like, people can find their value, they can find their good feelings, they can find whatever it is they're looking for in other ways, especially if there's these institutions that are hell-bent on not seeing one's humanity and on not respecting your thoughts and feelings and your whole personhood. So yeah, let me get back to my main point, but anywho. And so, to return to the point about emotion, I think that that's the reason that even like the most well-intentioned policies, the most well-intentioned teachers, professors, thinkers have kind of come up short in trying to solve this issue of anti-blackness in education, is that we're ignoring the emotional parts of it. I'm not new to saying that. That's something people have been saying for a while here and there, but I just want to make that point clear. So firstly, these quotes are just here to, come on. What's happened? Okay. Okay, these quotes are just here for folks to look at. I'm not gonna like read them or anything, but if you want to look at them and if they inspire you, then that's great. They helped inspire me in this project. So yes, you can, feel free to feel however you would like about them. I also want to explain a little bit about, again, how I'm gonna talk about my research, so I don't seem like I'm like a classless rogue who's just like talking nonsense or whatever. So when I was coming up with this like presentation, I kept finding myself getting really stuck in the same way that I get stuck when I'm writing. And I know that this is like heresy to say, but I really have a hard time with citations. It slows me down so much. It's like the part of writing that is so hard, because I think of an idea and I'm like, okay, where did I hear that? And I heard it like 4 different places, but I also thought of it as like a combination of several different things, and so I just get really caught up in citing things. And so I wanted to sort of just be able to talk like free-flowingly without all kinds of citations on the board, without like constantly saying names of articles and stuff like that. So my bargain with you all is, if I say something that you're like, oh, that's wrong, or oh, that sounds interesting, or whatever it is that you would care to look at a citation, you can email me. I'll have my email at the end, and then I'll tell you exactly where I got it, and I'll send you a PDF if I have it. So that's the bargain here, so that I can just talk without feeling like held up by citing constantly. So I thank you for that. But I promise I'm not making anything up. That I will promise you. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about emotion and racism. So racism is an emotional process, and it's an emotional institution, an emotional act, whatever thing it is you want to call racism. And it's not just, you know, the feeling bad if you experience something racist, even if it's one incident or a lifetime of racist incidents. It's not just those negative feelings. It's also not the anger that one would feel about experiencing racist incidents, but also not anger like in that book, White Rage. So it's not that either, or sorry, it is that, but it's not just that. Oh no, did I not put up my, okay, sorry, never mind. So yeah, it's not just the negative feelings associated with racism, whether you're on the, you know, dominant group or the oppressed group. It's also not just white woman tears, as many of us have heard about in recent years. And it's also not simply the like controlling image of like the angry black man or the angry black woman. Although I do think that that's important to note. The angry black woman or angry black man image really tells us a lot about who has access to what emotions and who can use what emotions in what contexts. So that helps with sort of grounding what I'm going to be talking about today. And in the fact that like race and racism impacts all aspects of our social lives, at least I believe that to be true. And it's also integral to our emotional selves and our emotional subjectivities. The creation of our emotional subjectivities is also mired in like the race and racism, you know, prevalent in our society. And so I'll just kind of cut to the chase. Well, sorry, no. I'll say there's all kinds of ways that emotion and racism work together. And I could just sit here and list off a bunch of examples, and I'm not going to do that. I'll just say the sort of one that matters for my research, and then we can move from there, and then I'm sure you all will want to read all about it later on. But the one that really matters for me is about sort of the emotional universe, and especially as it relates to empathy. And so in that, I'm thinking about questions like, who do you allow yourself to feel empathy for? Who can you even feel empathy for? Not even allowing, like who can you physically feel it for? Whose shoes can you walk a day in? Whose shoes do you refuse to even try on? And most importantly for my project, whose perspective can or will you take? So whose problems will you hear about and say, yes, I trust you, I trust your accounting of the situation, of the experience, and I care about it, and I want to fight about this, or I want to fight with you on this issue, not fight with you, but like alongside you with this, on this problem. It's something that is known as like critical empathy. So it's not just empathy and like, oh, that sucks. It's saying like, yeah, that sucks, and now we're gonna work together on it because I feel your pain the same as you're feeling it, and so we are gonna move forward together because I now am a part of it. But I also want to make like a quick note because I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard of Dr. Devin Price. He's like a psychologist who writes about queerness and neurodiversity and all kinds of issues. But he wrote an article recently that like really threw me for a loop because it was about empathy and that my research is about empathy. And it was talking about neurodiversity and empathy and how people with different neurotypes can experience empathy differently. And so empathy doesn't necessarily have to be the experience that we think of like, oh, you're feeling this emotion, I'm gonna feel the emotion too. Sometimes it can be instead, I see that you feel this way, what do you want me to do? Like, what can I do to solve the issue with you? Because there's, in some cases, you know, specifically he was talking about autism and how for autistic people, empathy is experienced differently many times, and so they may see someone, you know, feeling upset. They may not feel the exact emotion, but they care a lot to fix the problem because they care about that person feeling better. And so I want to like acknowledge that too, and that this empathy doesn't have to be the experience of like feeling all of the feelings someone's feeling, but instead deciding that you want to work with them. However you come to that, it's them having a tough time and then you wanting to aid them because now their struggle is your struggle because, you know, we're all intersectionality and all that. And so there's been, you know, tons and tons, like I haven't even gone through all of it yet, even though I need to for my dissertation, of social psych research that's looked into the phenomenon of like empathy and perspective taking as it relates to race. They found that there are cases where, there's been studies where they've found that white folks have a harder time reading emotions on people of color's faces, like in just looking at pictures of them. They have harder times feeling sympathy for people of color, especially when those folks have like more rigid beliefs about society. And so if we know that everybody has these feelings, or that not everybody has these racialized emotions, and then we also know the sort of demographic makeup of schools, specifically teachers, and that most teachers are white, and now a majority of students are non-white. There's got to be something going on in schools that's this emotional, racialized interplay here. And it's also, I think, especially important in schools because teaching is such like an emotional vocation. Teachers have some of the highest rates of like what they call emotional burnout, along with nurses. Like teachers and nurses have sort of the highest emotional burnout rates of any vocation. And so it's really important to, I think, look at this issue, but also with kindness. So I want to say that like this project isn't meant to be some sort of like invective against white teachers. It's not meant to be like, oh, you need to, you know, figure it out and be nicer and be more empathetic. That's not like what I'm going for here. It's more of a critique of schools as an institution, as anti-Black institutions, and anti-Black and like apathetic spaces towards Black young people. It's more important to think about the structure of the problem, or the structure at play. It's also important that, you know, as we've seen in the case with Tyree Nichols a few weeks ago, that institutions have become more colorblind and they're more willing to sort of deputize anyone to do the violence that they are willing to do. So anyone who's a part of an educational institution can be a part of making spaces more apathetic towards Black young people and making them more empathetic towards Black young people. So it's not, you know, it's not just, I'm not trying to just drag one specific group of people here. So to sort of like wrap it up and be more specific, my project looks at empathetic perspective taking in urban schools, so specifically New York City, just because that's sort of like the data set that I had access to and that's where I live. And so I'm looking at the extent to which teachers take up their students' perspectives on issues relating to the school climate and pedagogy. So that's the project. I'll take a couple minutes to talk about like how I started the project, and then I'll actually tell you about like all of the things that I've done, the cool findings that I have. So the project initially started because the pandemic began and I was supposed to start working on a big project for like our qualifying paper, and I wanted to be lazy, so I was like, all right, what's the easiest data set I can find that I can use to do some kind of something and then write a paper about it. That's how it happened, because all my classmates, they were struggling, they were trying to get IRB, they were trying to get like access to these spaces like deep in the middle of COVID when like everything was shut down, and I was like, that's not for me. Thanks, I'll just take a data set. So I found this data set of the New York City School Survey. So it's a survey that they do every year. And they have they have a really high response rate. I'll show you in a second. So it's a super reliable, I think, survey. And I used that to start the project. Eventually, I started noticing that there were some questions on the survey that both students and teachers seemed to be asking, but they asked from like different angles. And so I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if like they purposefully did that. I wonder if they'd like compare these. I looked into it and it didn't seem like the DOE was like comparing the questions. They were just asking it and not really using it for anything. And so I started looking into it and being like, okay, I wonder, you know, if the teacher, like there's a question on there I'll show you that's asks, is the school kept clean, right? And teachers will say like 80%, yes, the school's kept clean, I agree. And the students will be like 20%, I agree, the school's kept clean. Why is there a disparity there? Is the school clean or not? I don't know. It's weird that there was a disparity there, so I kept looking into it, and there was all these disparities in most schools. There was some sort of disconnect on the questions that both students and teachers were asked. And this was before I even started thinking about racialized emotion. I was just like, this is weird that there's a difference there. You would think that it would be pretty close. And then as I got into it, I got more and more advice. That's how I came to be thinking about this as an emotional process, as a empathetic issue, as a perspective-taking issue. And so yeah, that's how I came to it. So it was from laziness. So be lazy, and then you'll come up with cool stuff. Oh yeah, last thing is that most of us know statistics, not good. White supremacist, the guy who invented statistics was also a eugenicist. So like there's all of that going on, and I'm using statistics, but sort of one of my goals with this project is to find ways to use statistics in a humanizing way. So in like the legacy of like Du Bois, figuring out how I can use the numbers to be helpful, because usually they're not. And I think it's kind of built into how statistics is meant to work and the methods behind it and sort of the assumptions in a lot of statistics. So I just wanted to name that it's stats they're messy. They got a messy history. All right, cool. So, oh no, it's not doing. Okay, so like I said, about my data. So this is the data set that I located. It's the New York City School Survey from 2018 to 2019. It's important that it's pre-pandemic because the response rate went way down for every year after this. So yeah, this is the one that I have. What it is, it's the school level data. So it's not each individual student's responses and each individual teacher's responses. It's just like the school level, like what percent said this, what percent said that. Yeah, I do now have the individual level data after a year and a half of asking the DOE for it. I'm very proud of myself that I finally got it. But that analysis is coming later. So after I cleaned all the data and got everything figured out, there was 1,076 schools included, so that's middle schools and high schools. For the students, there's an 83% response rate, and for teachers, there's an 81% response rate. That's like pretty good, so thanks DOE for that. Most surveys don't really get response rates like that unless it's like the census or something, so it's very exciting. And so what I did was I came up with a very like simple sort of measurement or index of similarity or of dissimilarity, I guess, which was just the percent of students who responded positively to a question minus the percent of teachers who responded positively to the question. And then that's sort of the metric that I'm comparing across the board here. So this is sort of how the questions are often paired up together. I just used 8 questions. These are 2 examples of it. There's several other questions that were paired up like this, but I chose 8 that I thought were the most interesting and relevant, I guess. So for example, the students were asked, in general, my teachers present positive images of people from a variety of races, ethnicities, cultures, and backgrounds. And the teachers were asked, I am able to adapt instruction to ensure it represents all cultures or backgrounds positively. So, like I said, you subtract the number who agree from the number who agree there. And if there's a big difference, then you're like, okay, what's going on? Why do the teachers think they're doing a good job, but the students think they're not doing a good job? Or why do the students think they're doing a good job and the teachers think they're doing a bad job? That's the question. Also, like I said, there's the one about, is the school kept clean? This one was the exact same on both. And yeah, I just think that this one's fun, and it really shows like, it's almost sort of like a, what's the word? Like a, oh my gosh. Like a baseline, I guess, to see like about their differences, because most of the other questions are about like bullying and about teaching practices and stuff like that, but the cleanliness, a control variable. It's kind of like in control. It kind of just sets it like, all right, if there's a difference here, then something funky is going on. So I did a whole bunch of stats. That's another part of this presentation. I don't feel like explaining all of the math. If you want, I can send you all of the stuff and explain how I did all of it, but it's not fun to explain, and yeah, so I'm not going to explain all of it, but I did some cluster analysis, did some maths. It was great, and I ended up with basically these 4 different types of schools that I found with this measurement that I created. And so the first school type is the disconnected classroom. So that is where teachers and students had similar perceptions of the school climate, but they had different perceptions about the teaching practices, like the pedagogy. In the emerging critical empathy schools, there was almost student-teacher consensus, but it was like just far enough off that it still felt like there was something missing. There's the all-around critical empathy, or ACE schools that I call them, and basically it's overall similarity between teachers and students, like they're very close. Teachers and students are really agreeing a lot on what's going on in the school. There's not a lot of disparity. And then lastly, there's the disconnected climate, and that one has similar perceptions of teaching practices, but differing perceptions of the school climate itself. And so this is sort of like a condensed version of some of the findings that I had in one of the I guess one of the offshoots of this project. So firstly, I found that schools with more Black young people were disproportionately unlikely to be in the ACE schools. Remember, ACE is like the good one. That's the one that has like the really close the really close similarity. And so Black young people were not likely to be, the percentage of Black young people was likely to be lower in schools that were in this ACE category. There was no relationship at all between the percent of Asian students and white students in this school type, so it was kind of just random where they ended up in terms of the ACE category. And then I thought this was interesting, and I want to dig into this more when I'm finally able to do like field work and go do observations. Is schools with more Hispanic students were disproportionately likely to be in the ACE category. So it's like the direct opposite of Black students, and Hispanic students, it seems, are in schools where there's a lot of this perspective taking happening, where teachers and students are getting along really well and like agreeing very well. All right, so this one I did like a bit of a spatial analysis, so bear with me. It looks weird. You can ignore, honestly, whatever. You can look at whatever you want to look at. But what I did was I made a nice little map, and each of the dots represents one of the school types, right? So orange, red is disconnected classrooms, blue is the emerging critical empathy schools, green is the all-around critical empathy, and then yellow is the disconnected climate. And then if you see here, the darker it gets, the more Black residents in an area. So like here you got a lot of Black folks, here, up here, over here. And I found basically that, a caveat to this is that in New York City, in theory, you're supposed to be able to go to high school anywhere if you apply and get in, right? But that doesn't really happen if you don't have super exceptional test scores, or if you choose not to take I forget what it's called, the high school admissions test, or the high school like placement test. Then the schools, the district essentially just like funnels you into a school in your neighborhood. So even though we like to think that New York, kids are getting bused all over, or not bused, they're taking the train wherever they want to go to high school, that doesn't usually happen for students who are not like, going to the selective and the test-in schools or the audition-in schools. So this map, I think, still makes sense, even though there is that, it's happening in theory. And so in neighborhoods where there was more Black residents, there was essentially like the highest number of, or the most mean, So in the schools that had the disconnected classroom categorization were more likely to be in a neighborhood with more Black residents. And they were also, if you look, there's the 35% mean Black residents and also 31 in the disconnected climate. So those two are like the ones that are not really ideal, right? That's where they were mostly located in primarily Black neighborhoods, and they were not as likely to be located in neighborhoods that had fewer Black folks, if that makes sense. So what that tells me is that there's something also spatially happening about Black neighborhoods. And this especially stood out to me because when I did this analysis on the percentage of white students, Asian students, and Hispanic students in the school, that none of them had any relationships. Like there was no, you see how that one is bolded, the first one? That's because it was statistically significant. The rest of them, for all the others, were not significant in any regard. And so it was totally random, totally all over the place, but there's some sort of like concentrating of these like sort of less perspective taking, less connected schools in neighborhoods that have more Black folks. So that is, those are two general projects that I've done so far. And I think when I think about my research, sometimes it doesn't make a lot of sense exactly why it matters if the teachers and the students are getting along and agreeing, not necessarily getting along, but agreeing about what the school is like and what the teaching is like. But I think that it's actually extremely telling if it is the case, if there is this huge disconnect. Like, if the students are saying on the survey that their teacher is doing a really bad job of teaching them in a culturally responsive way, but the teachers really believe that they are, then there's something going on where teachers are not listening to their students, they're not actually getting good feedback, they're not responding, like there's something strange happening. And I think that it is really telling from an empathy standpoint, if this disconnect is not going on. Like, it's important, I think, for going forward for teachers to, even if one can't force their emotions to be different. That's not really how it works. It takes a really long time to figure all that out. Anyone who's been in therapy knows it's very hard to just change your emotions just because someone tells you to. But I think what can change first is the perspective taking aspect of it, of saying like, all right, I'm not exactly feeling everything you're feeling, but I trust what you're saying right now. I trust the feedback you're giving me, and I'm gonna take it to heart and I'm going to do something different about it. Or I take it to heart and I agree, like maybe I'm not doing the best job of teaching culturally responsive pedagogy, or maybe you're right, you know, there is more bullying in the school than I thought there was. I wasn't really paying attention to the bullying that was going on. That's another question I have in the, that I include here, is their perceptions of bullying. Maybe, you know, the students are like, maybe the school is dirtier than I thought. Thank you for pointing that out. Like, I guess I don't go to the student bathrooms as often, or whatever it is. So yeah, that is my presentation. Here is my email, like I promised. So if anything feels wrong, you can go right ahead and email me, and I will defend myself as much as I can. And thank you.
All right. Now I just want to open the floor for Q&A from the audience. Anything that you might want to ask August, go for it.
Hi, August. Thank you so much. That's great. My name's Tina. I work in the English department here. Do I need this? I might break into a song.
I think it's for Zoom.
In your research, are white teachers the predominating in all of those schools? So there's like no. I'm just curious if there's any statistical difference if there's, you know, a box somewhere where white teachers aren't predominant, and that would change that number, or not really. They're just
so. And in a majority, like overall, like if you just look at the percentage, like the demographics of New York City teachers, it is mostly white folks. There are, of course, like a few schools that aren't that way, but for the most part, most schools in New York City are mostly white teachers, and that's pretty much the case across the country. Like it's very, yeah, it's very common that it's mostly white folks teaching students of color. But yeah, that's why I really, I'm excited to do the individual analysis, because I have data to be able to look at like specific teachers and their classroom, so like which kids they teach. And then I can get a lot more detailed information about like how each teacher's race is playing out in each classroom. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. One question I have is there's a lot of conversations about teachers going into underprivileged communities because they get loan forgiveness. Do you think that contributes to the disconnect in the classroom and how there's, you know, that empathy divide?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think too, like if you're going into a profession and like your heart isn't really in it, then yeah, like obviously you're not gonna wanna connect in the same way, you're not gonna be able to connect in the same way. And there's also been some writing from Cheryl Matthias, I don't know how to, I'm sorry. I think it's Matthias, who, about sort of like, feelings of like pity and disgust towards Black students, essentially. It's like a really sad, it's a really sad topic, but it really resonates, and essentially what she's arguing is that she's arguing that essentially most white people have like a built-in feeling of like disgust towards blackness, and the way that they try to cover it is with either pity or sympathy or like over connecting, like trying too hard to connect and make friends to prove that feeling is not there within themselves. And I would imagine that if one was a teacher just there for the loan forgiveness, that you would do a lot less to try to mask that, to try to like correct for those feelings that were present. So I think that I could go on a rant all day about like Teach for America and all those programs that just throw an inexperienced people who don't even want to teach into classrooms, and once also for just 2 years, like, and then they just pull them away from the kids. Like I think it's not cute. So yes, thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for coming out and presenting for us today. My name's Carolyn. I teach in the biology department. And first, I have a statement and then a question. First, I think your decision to use pre-existing data was genius.
Thank you.
I don't think that was lazy at all. And also, my question was, did you find, or are you interested in looking at schools that have a high demand in New York City, like that have a lot of students applying to go to them? Are they white student dominant? Like, are they mostly having white students in them, and are they more likely to be the ACE kind of schools?
Ooh, okay, so I can't speak to the second part because the DOE is very weird about giving out data, so they also are, it's tough for them. I can't get like test score data, so I can't figure out like what the schools are that are like the exceptional schools unless I like go through and find each individual one and like figure out what schools are thought of as the good ones. But in New York City, sort of the test-in schools, I think there's like is it 8 or 10 of the main like, what are they called, specialized high schools? Those are predominantly, I think they're still predominantly white, but they have a sizable percent of Asian students, specifically Chinese students. It's actually caused quite a bit of drama about that there. So I think too, I find that interesting because one, that's super different from a lot of other places in the country. I guess California maybe might have a similar thing, but like I'm from Minnesota and like I've never been at a school that was majority Asian American in my whole life, and so I think it's interesting that dynamic there because it does sort of change up how all of my analysis happens, because obviously a lot of the stuff I'm looking at is like white supremacy, and white supremacy acts differently for Asian folks than it will for black folks, and so that's actually a super good question. I might sort of like deepen my analysis there, so thank you.
Thank you again. I'm going to piggyback on that. Having gone to a specialized high school in the city,
Okay.
Do you have access to that data and be able to extrapolate out either the specialized high schools or the charter schools? So again, you expressed interest in that. And another data point is perhaps the age of teachers, if that's something that can be overlain into the data.
Yes, okay, so for the, that's a great idea. I think I should, even if just like for funsies, I should like look at the specialized schools and just parse them out and just look at them on their own and see what's going on there, because I bet you it would be very interesting and probably a little different. I would love to figure out a way to like merge figure out like test score data or something, because New York, like I said, New York's tough about like giving out regents information and SAT scores and stuff, but it would be cool if I could figure out like, okay, our schools that are like academically high achieving, is there something different going on there? Because I don't have that data right now. Regarding age of teachers, so I thought about including age of teachers, but they have a different, NYSED, New York State Education Department. I got the teacher data from them, and they have a metric that's years of experience, and so I went with that instead. And there is some relationship. It is that it was very, so I just want to make sure I phrase it right. Schools that had more teachers with under 5 years experience were more likely to be in the ACE category. So basically, like, newer teachers, it seemed, were more willing to sort of like, or not willing, but had similar perceptions of the school. And that could be obviously just because of like their age. It could be because they maybe are like relating the students better because they're younger. But I think too that also calls into question like, and maybe makes me have to deepen my argument or think about it differently, like maybe an older teacher will have a different perspective, and maybe that's not a bad thing for them to have a different perspective than their students. Maybe they know something different. And so, yeah, I should dig into that a little bit more. And so I thank you. Oh my gosh, y'all are gonna make my dissertation so good. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My name is Kathleen Green, and I teach in the psychology, or the behavioral. I teach psychology in the behavioral sciences department here. Do you have any suggestions about how we might be able to sort of gauge how our students are feeling with our teaching in the classroom? We do have college-wide student evaluation of teaching forms, you know, that we give out once an academic year, but they don't really regard any of the things you mentioned, although we can certainly adjust them. But do you have any suggestions of barometers, or maybe even like a questionnaire where we can kind of garner how our students are feeling in the classroom?
Okay, I mean, so yeah, I teach a few classes, and I give out so many surveys. I stay making Google Forms all the time. Like, I love a Google form, and I send them out all the time, make sure that they're anonymous. And I don't know any specific questions. I guess it matters like what you're working on, like what skills it is that you care about. So like if you are really making a cultivated effort to include to be like culturally responsive, then you should like ask questions about that. But I don't think that there's any like standardized way to approach it. I think that's kind of like the limitation of the New York City school survey. It's the same for every school, even though all these schools have so many different foci, and specializations. So it kind of like levels them in a way that maybe some schools care about certain things and not other things. But yeah, I mean the SETLs are always great for getting information because I think students are like the most honest in those. But my only thing, just from my own experience, I've only taught for 3 years, but that's what I do is just Google Forms all the time and really bug my students to do Google Forms all the time about my teaching and be like, did you understand this? Did you learn this? Do you feel like you're learning a lot in the class overall? Are you enjoying conversations? What can change? Things like that. And I just ask about things that I am trying to do better in the moment. Yeah.
So are there any questions that you would have liked to see being asked to students that would like pertain to your research more?
Man. Oh, I've never even thought to be so greedy because the DOE would never. There's not really any questions about, at least from the 2018-19 one, maybe there is now, given like the changing political landscape, but in my data set, there's not really anything about like gender and like queerness or anything related to the LGBTQIA community and issues therein. So that would be super interesting to have. Yeah, maybe like more explicit questions about what it is they're learning. Like if they are, let's say, do you think you're learning about current events like Black Lives Matter well? Do you feel like your teacher is talking about COVID in a responsible way? Do you feel like, I don't know, I can't think of any other examples, but maybe more recent things, and maybe that's just because of the data set that I have from a few years ago. But yeah, I haven't even thought about it because I knew that they would never, even if I asked the DOE, I don't think that they would ever put in the questions that I would want. But thank you for asking. Maybe I'll think about it a little more if I ever do my own survey.
So I was wondering about, so your work specifically looks at teaching communities. And so I was wondering about administration, because I think that also plays into this. And what sort of made me think about it was particularly like minority faculty being approached by administration for things like be a part of this mentorship program, do this particular work, do that particular work. And there being a distance between administration's, understanding of the issue that if you want to have these programs, that you also have to hire people who happen to be minority faculty. So I was wondering if in looking at your work, you saw anything come up with administration and administration's understanding of the maybe differing experiences inside of the educational institutions, particularly the ones where you're noticing those big kind of disparities.
Yeah. There's actually, like, in the survey, if you look at it, most of the questions are actually about, like, the administration and about their principals. So they ask, most of the questions for the teachers are about the administration. It's saying, like, do you trust the administration? Do you trust your principal? Do you think that they're doing a good job of teaching you these things? And they'll give them a list of, like, 10 different things of if they think they're doing a good job with it. But there's not any questions for the students about admin, so I never got into it because, like, I'm trying to pair up questions, so I didn't look into it too much. But I will just say, like, anecdotally, the other day I was talking to a colleague who used to work for the DOE, and she sort of mentioned a similar thing to yours, or not, something sort of similar in that she was like, they're giving us all of this language nowadays of, like, social emotional learning and, like, culturally responsive and sustaining pedagogy and culturally responsive and sustaining education, and they're just sort of, like, giving us the words and the, like, the lingo of it, but not actually, like, teaching us how to do it, not actually, like, really making the big changes that need to be made to do things differently. And so, yeah, from the admin side, that is probably the main thing that in my opinion, just based off of talking to my one friend, that would have to go differently. But yeah, like I said, I didn't dig in too much because they don't ask students about admin, because students aren't really thinking about admin like that. At least if I had to guess, I don't think they're thinking about the superintendent or whoever it is very hard in their everyday life.
Thank you so much for this. This is fascinating, and I'm looking forward to reading and hearing more about your work as it progresses. So I just had two questions. One, about just thinking about student surveys of teaching at the college level, where there's been a lot of research about implicit bias, where faculty of color and women tend to be rated lower. I'm just wondering if that might play into this at all. I don't know how one might, tease that out. And then the other question I had was I wonder if about teacher education, and because I teach history, so I'm a believer that studying history kind of helps to build empathy. So I'm just wondering in terms of, I think there's debate about teacher education, and are they given opportunities in their studies to have as much of a grounding in their disciplines as they might want to. For example, social studies teachers in history. So that's kind of one of the questions that I wonder whether it might be relevant down the road. So thanks again, though. This is so interesting.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so for your first question, there was, so I didn't put this up because I don't know how to explain it yet, so I didn't even include it here, but basically schools with more black teachers were less likely to be in the ACE category, and then schools with more Hispanic teachers were more likely to be in the ACE category. And so for I don't know, like I said, I don't know how to interpret it, but basically I don't know what's happening, but something is happening where in a statistically significant way, like black teachers have more disagreement about what's going on in the school than their students. I don't know if this is like maybe students don't like their teachers and they're not talking to them, and so they're not kind of coming to an understanding about how the classroom should be, or how what the school climate is like. Also, I just thought of this now because of Willie's admin question, but maybe there's something where like black teachers are more under scrutiny from admin, so they have to focus more on following the rules of the admin and less on like relating to students and less on like changing their teaching practice to accommodate their students, so maybe the students feel that and there's like a disconnect there. Not totally sure, but that was one thing that I did notice, is that there is like something with the evaluating where it seems like the black teachers are whether it's the teachers doing something or the students feeling some way about the teachers, I'm not really sure, but there's something there. And then the second one, what was the second question?
Teacher education, the relationship between their education and empathy. Like for example, I was using an example of history. It's for social studies teachers that studying history builds empathy, I think.
Yes. Oh no. Okay. Yes. 1000%. I remember now. Yeah. So that I was actually I teach a class called Education and Society. I taught it yesterday, and we talked about this yesterday. And I went on like a tirade because teacher education programs, they focus way too much on classroom management, and I think that like builds barriers where if you come in thinking, all right, it's gonna be a war zone, I'm gonna have to like whip these kids into shape and make sure everything is in the correct form, instead of like teachers spending time actually learning, if they're teaching history, learning social studies, learning their math, making sure they really get the concepts, or like learning like actual like pedagogy, like how do people learn and how do I want to help my students learn. Instead they spend like most of their time learning how to like punish children and how to like get them to act right in the classroom. And so I think we're on the same page that like people should be able to get more in their discipline and less on, they should be focusing less on figuring out how to like make sure the classroom looks a certain way and the kids act a certain way at every given moment. So I think that changing that would be huge for increasing like the empathy and perspective taking of teachers, because there wouldn't be this like us versus them, me versus the classroom mindset that I think a lot of teachers are primed. And I think there's research about this too. I might have made that up, but I'm like pretty sure there's studies about that it kind of like sets teachers up to feel a way before they even get into the classrooms about their students. And it's like racialized feelings about their students too, especially if they're going into urban schools. So definitely down for more real discipline and history for everybody.
August, thank you for your time. Definitely appreciate it. Everybody, can we give August a clap? Thank you. We'll have a brief, let's make it a 14-minute break before our next presentation from Dr. Blair Proctor. Hey Blair, how you doing? So please go stretch your legs, get some coffee, socialize, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. We are happy to have our next presenter, Dr. Blair Proctor from SUNY New Paltz. And I just want to give a short introduction to Blair's work. Dr. Blair Proctor, his current research considers how types of pandemics, including diaspora, racism, gentrification, and police brutality, affect these communities. His work incorporates the coronavirus into his study, and he's going to attempt to give us a new angle on these pandemics and provide us with an intersectional view of how these pandemics work, particularly in negative fashions for minoritized communities. Blair, please go ahead.
All right, well, thank you. Good morning on this lovely, beautiful, rainy day. So again, I want to say thank you, Dutchess Community College, for sponsoring, and more importantly, thank you, Brother Professor Morris, for coordinating this event for me, and thank you for my friends that came in support, Caroline and Angelina. So the title of my talk for today is Pandemics in New Orleans and Johannesburg, from Jim Crow and Apartheid to COVID-19. So my two primary arguments is that I'm looking at how the coronavirus contributes further trauma to already traumatized groups of people, and number two, my other argument is how racism, white supremacy in itself is a pandemic. I'm a Black Studies scholar and urban sociologist with an emphasis in Westbury, Johannesburg, and the 7th Ward, New Orleans, specializing in the identity formation of African-descended peoples from enslavement through the 21st century. I center my comparative study on the spatial and geographic impact of South African coloreds and New Orleans Afro-Creoles over various periods of place, space, and diaspora. However, my work has transitioned in recent years to encompass the positionality of people of African descent during periods of unrest, whether through Mother Nature, such as Hurricane Katrina, human-generated, such as gentrification, or currently COVID-19, which maintains an unfixed position of trauma among African diaspora communities. I have recently completed my research this past spring, so roughly pretty much a year ago, from SUNY New Paltz in New Orleans and Johannesburg. And I would like to start with a quote from the late psychologist and activist scholar Frantz Fanon. When we revolt, it's not for a particular culture. We revolt simply because for many reasons we can no longer breathe. So when we talk about this concept of breathing, keep this in mind when I go throughout this talk, when I discuss breathing both literally and figuratively. And since I am an urban planner in my past, I love maps. So my site research areas is the 7th Ward of New Orleans and also the Westbury neighborhood of Johannesburg. And the reason why I focused on those two spaces in particular is because those two communities were both racialized as not white nor Black, but as mixed race communities through the apartheid regime in South Africa and also the Jim Crow era in the United States. My comparative research is applied to global conversations, centering on how the endemics of systemic racism, poverty, and the environment are occurrences that affect people of African descent. Incorporating the concept of environmental justice into my study provides a new angle on pandemics and gives an intersectional view of how COVID-19 disproportionately affects the most marginalized, oppressed, and ghettoized communities in real time. In short, these pandemics take a direct toll on the African diasporic community's health and life chances. Due to the COVID-19 virus continuing to ravage the world, and from an environmental justice frame, I will analyze how urbanisms and public health disparities in New Orleans and actions of neocolonialism transpiring in post-apartheid South Africa disproportionately affects Black New Orleans and Johannesburg urban communities. Moreover, I will discuss how the need for environmental justice is to occur due to current handlings of the coronavirus on a local municipal level, which maintains Black global oppression and suppression. This study is an extension of my dissertation, Blurred Consciousness, How Blackness in Space Shapes Identity Formation Among South African Coloreds in New Orleans Afro-Creoles, through applying Omi and Why Not racial formation theory, métissage, which is French Creole for miscegenation, Spanish mestizaje, race mixing or brownness, and intersectionality theoretical concepts. I explored how the Afro-Creole and colored communities had similar historiographies in regards to their identity formation. The 17th century European elite categorized, socially constructed, and transformed heterogeneous ethnic groups into homogeneous mixed-race people and positioned in métissage, an ideology of neither white nor Black, established ambiguous and multifaceted consciousness. However, what I did not explore in my dissertation was how racism is essentially a pandemic, along with systemic racism and concentrated poverty, which contributes to the spreading of stress, hypertension, high blood pressure, substandard living conditions, sanitation, unemployment, drug use, gang activity, violence, police brutality, poor diet and eating habits, and food deserts that plague de facto racially segregated neighborhoods in New Orleans and Johannesburg. So before I go into further literature review, I think it's important that we talk about and define what environmental justice is, which is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or impact or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulation, and the big, huge P word, policies. This goal will be achieved when everyone enjoys the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards and equal access to the decision-making process to have a healthy environment in which to live, learn, and work. Now, in theory, this seems all well and good. However, does this actually happen in practice? I argue no. The two primary sources that I used for my research was W.E.B. Du Bois, the Philadelphia Negro, who's known as the father of urban sociology and also qualitative research, and Harriet A. Washington, who is a medical doctor and researcher who is known for her famous work, Medical Apartheid. And the reason why I centered on these two scholars in particular is because both Du Bois as a sociologist and philosopher, and then Washington as a medical doctor, researched and studied the Black body in spaces of confinement. So within this concept of Dr. Washington, within the space and realms of the plantation, of medical experimentation done at the expense of enslaved bodies, primarily Black women, and also within the Philadelphia Negro, within the spatial confinement of the ghetto. There's another scholar by the name of Catherine McKittrick who has a theoretical concept of plantation futures in which she talks about how the plantation morphs over time and how that can happen from when we talk about the point of capture of multi-ethnic Africans marching to the slave castles. That's a form of confinement or plantation future. The slave ship itself, i.e. the Ma'afa, a key Swahili word for the African Holocaust, the Great Disaster. Those is an example of that space on the slave ship is confinement or plantation future. The plantation itself, the auction block, Jim Crow and apartheid that I will talk about further. Again, policy that mandated spatial confinement. The prison industrial complex, the school to prison pipeline. So all of these are redlining. All these are examples of plantation features that they can be molded into different forms, time, place, and space. So her main question is, well, what is next? A century ago, Du Bois recognized the connection between social inequalities and health inequalities, raising central arguments related to racism, poverty, and other social problems. Du Bois noted that the Negro death rate and sickness are largely matters of social and economic condition and not due to racial traits and tendencies. So as opposed to the 1965 Moynihan Report, which argued that black culture, read as black people, right, are the cause of the ghetto. In actuality, it's public policy, which mandated black confinement within the isolated spaces and lack of services. So we're talking about accessibility, who has access and who doesn't, period. In Race, Medicine, and Healthcare in the United States, a historical survey by Michael Bird and Linda A. Clayton, they state that by the late 19th and early 20th centuries, American medical journals and textbooks were laced with pseudoscientific racist principles, derogatory racial character, references, and pronouncements of impeding black racial extinction. In the Journal of Health and Social Behavior medical article titled Racial Ethnic Disparities in Health, Sociological Contributions, David R. Williams and Michelle Sternthal argue that Du Bois saw racial differences in health as reflecting differences in social advancements, the vastly different conditions under which blacks and whites lived. He argued that although the causes of racial differences in health were multifactorial, they were nonetheless primarily social. So of course we know that race is a social construct. So when we talk about racial formation theory, usually there are three ways of identity formation: how you see yourself, or how I see myself, how you see me, or society as a whole sees me, and then how the government classifies you. So that might be intersectional, or they might diverge depending on place, space, and context. And again, when we talk about policy such as Jim Crow and apartheid and how racial categories were placed and designated on people and how that could separate families. So really what we're talking about is the historical context of environmental injustices. So we will start with talking about legalized racial segregation, Jim Crow in New Orleans, and the apartheid regime in South Africa contributed to environmental injustice and exile of African-descended populations. So this is Homer A. Plessy. So for all intents and purposes, he looks like a white man. However, he's not. He is an Afro-Creole of color from New Orleans, and he was very active in the local NAACP, and he was also very active in the local anti-segregation laws that were occurring before Jim Crow was put into play. And he was part of a committee that was called the Comité des Citoyens, which translates to the Citizens Committee, in which he purposefully sat on the white section of the streetcar and yelled, "I'm black," which essentially led to his arrest. And of course, we know the history of it going from the local municipal court all the way up to the Supreme Court, where you had the famous 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson. And of course, we know what happened. It was the idea of separate but equal. But of course, we know that it was separate and unequal. Within the South African context, we had the apartheid regime, or the Group Areas Act of 1950, but we can even go back before and talk about it was the Urban Areas Act and the Native Lands Act of 1913, and the Native Lands Act of 1933, which pretty much were Jim Crow-like or adopted policies of racial segregation. And it was through this period of time, so we're talking about the early 20th century, before apartheid, you had government that forced Black South Africans to be moved from different spaces, from the central city, and moved into areas that were later known as townships. So during the 1948, when the settler colonialist regime of the apartheid government, which was the Dutch settler colonialists, took over from the British, with apartheid. It was at this point where colored South Africans were separated from black South Africans in Sophiatown through forced removals. And this is a prime example of families that are being displaced. And interestingly enough, it was during this period when the racial category of colored was mandated. Before that, there was no colored category. And with that, that separated a lot of families. And then, of course, we can talk about, the comb test, and where folks and families would have to go to court so that if there were ambiguous looking people, they did not know how to categorize them, they would put a comb in their hair. If it's stuck, they would be classified as colored. If not, they would be classified as white. And what happened is that a lot of families would be separated. Kids that appeared white would be adopted out to white families. So there have been cases after 1994 of looking at how those families that were separated could be reconnected. So blacks and coloreds were exiled to segregated and racially zoned townships. But what's important to understand is that there has always been a history simultaneously with policy with black resistance, right? Ever since our ancestors were kidnapped from African soil, there was resistance. On the slave ship, there was resistance, active resistance. On the auction block, in the plantation. So there's always been acts of resistance. So our ancestors did not just go simply or willingly. Walter Rodney, he is a scholar who focuses primarily on social economics of slavery in history, with his famous work, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I use this work in my Introduction to Africa class, and the key word here is underdeveloped. So don't get that confused with undeveloped or not developed. It's just simply saying that this term is always comparative in nature, where you have development and underdevelopment. So you can't have one without the other. Just like you can't have black without white, you can't have development without underdevelopment. And really, when you talk about underdevelopment, he uses the E word, exploitation. So he talks about how the African black body was exploited by European colonial elites, and how really this could be titled How Europe Exploited Africa when we talk about resources. So why do I say that this is an environmental issue? Because oftentimes when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade, we usually look at it in terms of racial politics, or we look at it in the sense of economics. But when we talk about environment, there's a scholar by the name of Stephanie Smallwood. She has a work called Saltwater Slavery, in which she talks about this concept of the social death, in which you have a simultaneous death going on among the person that is being captured, and that's becoming transitioned into a thing, a commodity, subhuman, black, a slave. And then on the other hand, you have the family that they left behind. Because in African culture, there has to be some type of burial. And if there isn't, there has to be a change in the culture in order to preserve the dignity of that family member that was captured. So why am I saying all this? Is understanding that changed the environment of the community. When you bring the biggest and strongest and you take them away from the family, that alters the family. So if you're talking about centuries of families that are being displaced, families that are being separated, that alters the economics, the politics, and the community as a whole. Oops. And also with Martin Luther King's work, Where Do We Go From Here, that I also used in my research, Chaos, Our Community. This work was published a year before his assassination. And it was primarily a reflective work on his past civil rights acts of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of '65, and also Bloody Sunday, March on Selma. And he kind of talks about his regrets, in which he wishes that he didn't refer to the movement as the civil rights movement, that it really should have been seen as a human rights movement. of fighting for our humanity. I mean, that's what Black Lives Matter is now, right? It's still this constant, continuous fighting for humanity that we matter to or as well. And there's two famous quotes from MLK. One is what he made during the famous I Have a Dream speech, in which he made a claim and basically said that Black Americans were issued a check with insufficient funds. So basically he was making a claim for reparations. And his second quote was, okay, we're integrated. If you're able to go to the restaurant, what's the point if you can't afford the burger and the coffee? So really he's talking about multi-generational poverty, concentrated poverty, understanding that poverty, like race, like gender, poverty is a social construction that was created. So he critiqued the role of poverty in white supremacy. Now, he didn't use the word white supremacy in this text, but he did use the word white racism and also the government. So I feel that, okay, white racism and the government have a baby, that's white supremacy, and resource hoarding. Which maintains disenfranchisement. And then he started, so it was also during this period of time that he was living in Chicago, and he was very pivotal in looking at how race plays out or racism plays out in the North as opposed to the South. Because even today, you'll have folks say that, oh, well, racism's only in the South, like that. There's no racism in the North, I'm liberal or whatever. And actually, most of the segregation that you see actually happens up north. But with that, he, prior to his assassination in 1968, he was one of the leaders of the Poor People's Campaign. And it was, I argue, when he started becoming more radical and really critiquing the government and critiquing resources, I believe that that's what led to his death. Not necessarily, okay, it's cute if you can go to the same bathroom, but when you start talking about economy and retribution, reparations, things of that nature, no, you need to go. Throughout the 19th and early to mid 20th centuries, the Western Academy of Historians and Social Scientists consistently studied people of African descent as objects. To put further, the Black body within itself was socially created into an object, molded, designed, and constructed for design, place, and exploitation. Western scholars ignored African contribution to modernity due to white superiority, which was and continues to be a global phenomenon. And that's interesting because I was talking to my mom about this yesterday, about Blackness, and that the whole concept that our whole existence of being Black was created by an outsider. Just think about that for a minute, and how we've had to come to terms first to accept that terminology. Because my dad said back in the 1930s, if you call someone Black, that meant a fight. So we had to go through a Black Power movement, a Black Beautiful movement, and understanding that we had to reclaim Blackness on our terms if we are to survive. Then I argue that comprehending the interconnectedness of African diasporic and South African history provides a stronger context of understanding how the brutality of the American and South African apartheid regimes placed dominance over African diasporic communities rooted during the slavery and colonial periods. As a corrective research measure in the 21st century, specifically when interviewing core community members integral to my study, it is important for myself to be humble and understand that they are taking times out of their schedules to assist me as a researcher, which meant that I had to be a sound listener. Because sometimes, as scholars, we talk, sometimes we have to listen. In other words, in order to collect the best thorough data, it is important for me to establish a relationship. And that's what Du Bois did when he was in Philadelphia. Him and his wife spent 18 months in the Philadelphia community. He participated in the church. He participated in various social events so that he was able to gain a relationship. So that's what's key to qualitative research, is gaining that connection. So for me, of establishing a relationship with members of the community was through performing community service in the 7th Ward of New Orleans and Westbury, such as mentoring students at the Westbury Youth Center, participating in community events, and facilitating seminars centered on community and professional development. The relationship amongst individuals is not only central to African diasporic culture, but Black studies as a field. Therefore, I was invested with the community members since 2013 in New Orleans and Johannesburg, which in turn allowed me to gain trust and respect of the participants in my study. Utilizing a qualitative approach, the process I used for the study involved generating data collection through conducting semi-structured interviews in New Orleans and Johannesburg. Selecting participants involved snowball sampling. I contacted associates in both regions who knew 5 people and provided contact information for me to set up appointments, meetings, location, and dates of the conducted interviews. And additional participant observations were documented and occurred during my field visits. So I won't go through all these questions. However, trust me, they were IRB approved. But in short, I asked questions centered on environmental justice, how it affected them individually, their families, their neighbors, their community. How has their job been affected with COVID-19? Are they essential workers? Or have they had to go to the hospital during this period? Because understand that, through COVID, there were, how should I say it? There are other illnesses that folks still needed to go to the hospital for, whether it was surgeries or things of that nature, but those surgeries were put on a back burner because of COVID. So I think it would be interesting in the future to see what's the data of fatalities of victims, not necessarily from COVID, but from other ailments that were stalled in order to, for, whether it was medication or surgeries or things that, so forth. So I also did archival research as well. So what I did was I looked at the Constitution that came out in 1996, 2 years after the transition of power from the apartheid regime or the National Party, the Dutch National Party or the Afrikaner National Party, to the current party of the African National Congress, or the ANC. And there are 2 key statements from the South African preamble: social justice and fundamental human rights. And those 2 phrases, to me, is essentially what environmental justice is supposed to be in theory. However, all of my 5 interviews agreed with the assertion that, number 1, there ain't no justice. And number 2, perpetual trauma reinvents itself. So this is a photo of the Westbury community and the Westbury Youth Center. Does this look like an area where you can grow food or where you can sustain? I would say no, it looks very blighted. So with the first question, with the 59-year-old real estate agent and tourist guide, my question was, what is your recent experience with environmental justice? And her response was, so we got an amazing constitution, though our fundamental rights are not fulfilled. And I followed up with a question of if she had to go to a hospital. So immediate experience, 3 weeks ago, I felt ill, and about 4 a.m. I collapsed. I was by myself because I live by myself. I made it to the phone, called my daughter, and called the emergency app. So in South Africa, they have an actual app that you can, that's on your smartphone, where you can actually hit it, and it's a program that will open up for emergencies, and it's an automated type of system. And the first question that the system asks is, do you have medical aid? Could not afford medical aid, currently unemployed, I'm a tour guide, a freelance tour guide, and obviously because of the pandemic, tours were stopped. So as a result of no aid, resulted me waiting for nearly 5 hours for an ambulance. So that is the number one injustice that we suffer in South Africa, is our Constitution guarantees that all shall have access to health, or we have the right to life. So already that right to life was compromised. Then I interviewed a 63-year-old social worker from WYC, from the Westbury Youth Center, and asked the question, do you feel that environmental justice played a role in your family's experiences with COVID-19? 8 weeks in a row that I buried family members, and that's only family. I lost a lot of friends, a sad period. You could not go to funerals. You were restricted to go to funerals, only to include family members, which was also restricted in size. So within data collection, particularly with interviews, there's a term called clustering, and you try to find key words that might pop out. And the key word is restriction. Do you feel that your job was impacted by COVID-19? The police restricted us from being on the streets to serve. The certificates gave us permissions to be out on the streets, started with 100 people on a Sunday, then feeding from Monday through Sunday. 600 children per day, 7 days per week for 4 months. Sponsorship was 100 rands. Rands is their version of their dollar. To support for food, we cooked at the center. There was other questions that I didn't include in here. However, there was this continuous theme of restriction, and also of continuous trauma, particularly of South African residents that lived during apartheid and remembered forced curfews, and having this government telling them that you have to be in your house at a certain time and cannot leave, re-articulate that trauma. Within the New Orleans portions of my findings, all of my 5 interviewees agreed with the assertion that, number 1, life in New Orleans changed after Hurricane Katrina. Number 2, gentrification and cultural appropriation are erasing the African diasporic and Creole roots of New Orleans, which affects the social and physical environments of the community. And number 3, COVID-19 contributed to further unresolved trauma. I don't know if you remember, but I remember how racist and how nasty the media was towards the victims. I remember 3 things. The victims were referred to as looters, rapists, and refugees. There's an example. I don't know if you can see it, but there's 3 victims, a black man, and then also a white couple. And here they say, a young man walks through chest-deep flood water after looting a grocery store. And 2 white victims, 2 residents, wade through chest-deep water after finding bread and soda. Same event, same occurrence, but I'm gonna remind you that he's a looter. So this tells me that this is a continuous, calculated, and structural occurrence of conditional citizenry that Black Americans go through ever since our ancestors were brought here. So even in trauma or even in pain, so remember when we're talking about going back to Harriet Washington's medical apartheid, the idea was that you could experiment on Black women because supposedly they don't feel pain. So there's this constant understanding that we don't have that feeling, or that we're not human, basically. One of the primary questions that I had was, what was your recent experience with environmental justice? The power that they have tends to favor those who look like them. Power doesn't flow to those who really need it, but it flows to those who are of a certain color and who already have power, white folks. How has your experience been affected due to the fact that the Black Lives Matter movement and coronavirus pandemic occurred simultaneously? So of course we know during this time of 2020, there was the murders of Breonna Taylor and of course of George Floyd, in which his last words were, "I can't breathe." And he was yelling that and crying that out to his deceased mother. So her response was, "It just shows that they," so referring to law enforcement, "don't stop no matter what. They're still on top of somebody's neck. They're not interested in changing that. Nothing changes, nothing changes." Nothing surprised me at all. I don't think a national group can change that. Needs to be a much more local level, grassroots, not from top down, but from down up. The second question, or the follow-up question, was, how did environmental justice impact your neighborhood? We experienced the second biggest hurricane we experienced the second biggest hurricane on August 24th of last year. During Katrina, it was about the flooding. Last year was about the lights. We still couldn't stay in our homes because the electricity was out. We had to buy green generators. You had to have cash, again, because of lack of power. Folks that had gas generators were out of luck because there was no gas. I was stuck for 4 days because I did not have gas to go to Houston. And with the 26-year-old barista, she answered her question with a question: justice? Well, coming up a year on Fat Tuesday, and I was here, which is interesting because Fat Tuesday is coming up, and I was here, I stayed during the storm where we had hurricane guidance. So hurricane guidance is very similar to Neighborhood Watch, where you have communities that have meetings basically to see, well, if the next hurricane comes, what do we do as a community if we choose to stay? And most don't leave because I couldn't afford. So I decided that I would take the chance, and I saw that a lot of other people who had rode out a lot of storms were staying. About that period of time, having no lights for about 2.5 weeks or something like that. No light, no fridge, can't keep food fresh. It was unbearable for some people. But I really enjoyed being close to my neighbors in that way. So what I will say is that even during periods of collective trauma, it was nice to see how the community does come together in both cases. It's important to understand that, you have to, we have to have more love for us as a community in order to be able to trust each other, in order to help each other. But it was nice to see that there were strangers that were helping each other in both cases. In conclusion, pandemics of the coronavirus and racism at the root will affect African diasporic communities due to perpetual actions of social constructions, racial hierarchy, and power dynamics which maintain Black Johannesburg and New Orleans communities within a marginalized state. Since 2020, the coronavirus is an additional layer of a pandemic, which perpetuates further trauma amongst an already oppressed groups of African diasporic communities. And I'll end with a slide here. Racism got time. During war, during apocalypse, racism always has time. However, we are strong because of our ancestors, and we will continue to breathe. Thank you.
All right. I'm here to do the questions. So, how many takers?
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. It was needed and a lot. This question is more about what you do every day. You're in the Black Studies department?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So with the current landscape that we're in right now and the possible elimination of being able to have Black Studies places, how does that affect that pandemic, if you will?
Oh, in Florida in particular? Throughout, yes. So I've noticed that there has been an increase of students from the South, particularly taking classes in on the online courses. So it's almost like it's like a new phenomenon of, I don't want to say an underground railroad, but but almost like this type of kind of hiding, and also being scared in terms of, okay, if I get a degree in Black Studies, will that affect my chances of employment? Will I have no employment? Will I potentially be murdered? I mean, it wasn't until, with the whole thing with DeSantos, I just feel like I'm thinking that my whole livelihood would not be in Florida. And I'm planning on going to, our department is going to this year's 47th annual conference at the University of Gainesville, Florida, for NCBS, National Council of Black Studies. So I'm really curious how the energy of just being in Florida, how that's going to play out. So they've already talked about upping security around campus, especially during the conference, and for other ethnic studies related programs of that nature. But what I will say is that I have noticed a growth of students from the South that are either trying to leave and attend schools in the North, or are taking online courses in Black Studies. I hope, did that answer your question? Okay, all right.
Hi. With what we know about this, the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, and how people were, systematically treated differently based on race. Did you, and then when you researched what happened during the pandemic in that area, did you observe any measures put in place that would be protective factor, like any hope or any policy changed from Hurricane Katrina that might have been beneficial during the pandemic to those populations?
Okay, yeah, so in theory, yes, but in practice, no. So for example, what I didn't mention earlier is that the Black body in diaspora continues over various periods of time. So, and usually when we talk about diaspora, usually we're talking about dispersal, usually in a response to some type of tragedy. So Hurricane Katrina is a prime example where you had a dispersal of victims, but not just Black, but when we talk about New Orleans, we have to understand that that's still a Black city. Like, it's still overwhelmingly, even after Katrina. So we're talking about roughly 20 years, right? So 2005, so about approaching 20 years, where it's still roughly 65% Black. So there's, of course, the Army Corps of Engineers that worked on projects to try to work on the infrastructure of of each of the different wards. Of course, the lower 9th and 9th Ward were the most affected. And even now, if you visit the lower 9th, you would think that Hurricane Katrina happened yesterday. The blight is still very highly significant. There's still a lot of boarded up buildings, churches, homes, things of that nature. Just recently, there was a lot of, I think Brad Pitt, he was part of a infrastructure project, and come to find out, like, there was a lot of embezzlement of money, and there was, the homes that were being refurbished were not being refurbished up to code. So, and then on top of that, we can talk about, gentrification that's happening. So there's been a lot of, especially like in the Treme, so the 8th ward that abuts the 7th ward and the 9th, closer to the French Quarter. Of course, a lot of money was put into the French Quarter, but I mean, the French Quarter was the least affected by the hurricane. But people go, you know, to the French Quarter, that's Mardi Gras, that's, you know, showing the beads and all that type of stuff. But that affects the culture, because the people who are the musicians, the cooks, the various attendants at hotels, for hospitality businesses, they can't afford to live in the city limits. So they commute. So they're either farther out in suburbs such as Monterey and other places where they have to commute to work. So there's a lot of, in theory, there's been a lot of talks of how we're going to refurbish, but just the politics and with the local municipality and with the crime, it's been awful. Yes.
I don't know that I need that. Hi, do you have any experience with any effective grassroots groups that are answering Dr. King's question, where do we go from here?
I would say that you have to search them out. And the problem is that, see, the whole concept of the United States is that you have so many different municipal, local policies that might conflict with different states. So it makes it very difficult, and you have to look at it, you really truly have to look at the grassroots, as one of my interviewees stated, that you have to really look at it from a collective micro level. Because if you look at it from a macro level, you're just gonna say, you know what, just forget it, just throw away the towel. Like, let's just God take me now. I mean, so there are, but also the problem is the media. You know, you don't hear, there's a lot of work happening. There is, but you just, it's the promotion's not there. It costs to promote. It costs to notify the public, hey, we're going to have a meeting here to talk about certain issues, whether we're talking about issues of poverty or issues of transphobia or homophobia. I mean, so there's so many intersectional issues that plague our communities and our most marginalized communities. So it's not to say that there aren't projects happening. There are, but there's just. And then, of course, in terms of allowing for promotion to happen in certain states might not be the best. Like, for example, Jackson, Mississippi, that's a prime example of you have the majority of the state dealing with water issues, you know, such as Flint, you know, water issues. You're talking about 90%, and I would say it's roughly about 85 to 90% Black. In terms of zoning, where a lot of neighborhoods are, so now my urban planning hat is coming on, talking about brownfield sites and Superfund sites and illegal zoning of that affects, you know, particularly, you know, impoverished communities. So I hope that answers your question. So I would say that that it is our duty to continue to do the fight. We can't stop. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. This will become a publication soon. Thank you.
Everybody, and thank you for coming back for our next session. We are pleased to have another one of our emerging BIPOC scholars here today, Mr. Omar Ndizeye. Omar is, his native country is Rwanda. Omar has worked in civil society, where he's focused on memorization process in post-genocide Rwanda, peacebuilding, youth strategies, empowerment, engagement, as well as the development of strategic actions that respond to genocide prevention, peacebuilding, and socioeconomic needs. We're so glad to have Omar here with us today. Omar, would you like to take it away?
Thank you very much. As I was we were planning this session, I had someone speaking Kinyarwanda there, and he was greeting me like Muraho, which means how are you in my native language. And I was telling him that now we are two Rwandans in the room. So I'm coming from Rwanda, which is a small country which is located in East Africa. It's in Africa of or Great Lakes regions of east of Africa. So as Morris presented me, my name is Omar Ndizeye. So I realized that Ndizeye complicated a lot of Americans. You can call me Ndizeye, whatever comes to you easy, just call me like that. But my other name is also Omar. Ndizeye means I hope. So I hope today conversation is going to be fruitful and going to be peaceful, because there is a word peace in my presentation today, which is a life of justice through peace building. I would like to start by thanking Morris, Willie, and the entire Dutchess College family that organized this conference today and invite us all to speak about the life of justice through peace building. Morris and I had a lot of exchange for me to arrive here today. And I want also to thank everyone who is here for this exchange, because there couldn't be an exchange without you, without both of us. Again, I mentioned my name as I was introduced. I was born in the southeast of Rwanda, a country that is located in Eastern Africa. As I mentioned, I'm a genocide survivor. And currently, I'm doing studies on genocide, prevention, and research on the memorization process of the 1994 genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda, as Morris mentioned. As a survivor of the genocide, I have always asked myself why survivors' stories sometimes are not part of the bigger narratives, conversation and the debate about genocide. And this goes across all genocide. It's not only genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. Because genocide is discussed in intellectual areas, I was always interested to hear survivors' stories. In 2014, when I met Professor Stephanie Wolf from Weber State University in Utah during my times, she was bringing American students to Rwanda as my friend visited Rwanda. That time, the students were in Rwanda in the peace building studies, but also visiting memorials. So when I met Professor Stephanie then, I proposed her that we write an article together about the Nyamata Genocide Memorial. Nyamata Memorial is a former Catholic parish where I have survived after my father, my young brother, and around 10,000 Tutsis were massacred in a 2 days massacre that happened on April 15th and 16th in 1994. That was before our liberation by the Rwandan Patriotic Front Armed Forces on May 13th, 1994. That's when Bugesera region, which is the region where I was born, that was when it was liberated. So the Rwandan Patriotic Front is the current ruling party in Rwanda. So I have lived in the forest before that liberation. I have lived in the forest for a period of one month. The forest and the bushes surrounding Nyamata city, Nyamata town. So I must say that the loss, cruelty, to torture, and an human level of dehumanization I witnessed at this young age, at the time I was 10 years old, was a reason for my participation in this research, because I was interested in the stories and traces of genocide extermination stages in Rwanda. So this is a church where I was born. I mean, where I survived. When you look at this gate, that's where I was with my father and my young brother before they were killed. So this is right after the genocide. The church was changed. Now it's a memorial. There were a lot of corpses here, after that day, and there are a lot of corpses inside. You can imagine 10,000 who are killed inside the church, the surrounding Sunday school, and the monastery. So I would like to say that this experience, my experience, also, working on this research on memorials, was also informed by my work of working with survivors after I graduated from university. Again, as Maurice mentioned, I also worked in civil society organizations where I was able to meet non-survivors communities. In Rwanda, for those who don't know Rwanda, after the genocide, the society is composed by the former perpetrators. For those who read about Rwanda, you know that Gacaca mentioned that around 1 million of Hutu people participated in the genocide. And not all of them are in prison now because we have 38,000. So there are also returnees. These are people, mostly Tutsis, who are living in the surrounding countries in exile 30 years. So, and then survivors. But also, when we talk about the Hutu community, there are also some of them who participated in rescuing Tutsis. So each of these particularities of the society has a meaning in the society. So when I was working with civil society, with survivor civil society, I developed the Humura Nturi Wenyine program, which means don't worry, you are not alone. This innovative program continues to enable survivors in Rwanda to have access to the first aid psychotherapy. You can see here during the commemoration where young people who are trained in first aid are helping. So this is a program that I innovated when I was still working with survivors organization. It's still there, it's still working with, it's still run by survivors student organization, but also different survivors organizations are now using part of it. In this journey where I also worked, as I mentioned, with civil society then, I have learned that the story or a message that people who have suffered from atrocities, the story they share, most of the time is related to what psychology experts call here and now. Therefore, I have understood that giving justice to the genocide survivors, memory requires time, active listening, a safe space setting, and appropriate interpretation. When our field research started, then, as I mentioned, I'm working with Professor Stephanie. When it started in 2016, the former Rwandan National Commission in charge of Genocide Memory, CNLG, it's a French acronym, gave us a list of 265 genocide memorials across the country. These are memorials and graveyards where victims of the genocide have been buried in mass graves. Not only I discovered at this time the whole of the genocide, this number of memorials represented, but I also thought about the lost stories on the hills, marshes, rivers, and lakes of Rwanda, where Interahamwe Hutu militias who were killing at the time wiped out entire families. From that time, we increased our research team. I was with Stephanie when we started, so to become 4 members of a research team. Of course, we are coordinated by Professor Stephanie, as I mentioned. But from 2000, that was from 2009, from 2016 when our research started to 2019, which our field study took the timeline. Only Stephanie and I and the Dr. Anna Marie from Pretoria University were the field, were part of the field team. Even though we are 4, but 3 of us were able to go to field. That time, we visited 124 genocide memorials. We were able to interview 184 genocide survivors, experts and memory actors in Rwanda and in America, because they are part of, and outside of Rwanda, because they are also part of experts who worked on, as I was telling my friend, the Kigali Genocide Memorial, for example, which was built by the 2 Smiths. One of Smiths is, for those who know, U.S. Shaw Foundation, he used to be one of the CEO there. As we were interviewing, we were visiting memorials after memorial and interviewing the survivors, I noticed a strong attachment that survivors attributed to the places where their beloved ones were slaughtered. In some cases, nothing was at those places to mark the tragic and the traumatic memories that trigger the trauma, but also the memory among the survivors community. Although the order for all government controlled to the intent, during the genocide was to exterminate Tutsis and leave none to tell their stories. Survivors also lived this, that's part of what we discovered in our research, that survivors also lived this experience differently. One of the survivors we interviewed, her name is Specios Kanyabugoyi. She survived the massacre of Nyanza in Kigali City today, Nyanza Hill, after losing her husband. She told us that that was in French. C'est comme si chacun escapait. C'est une bibliothèque. En fait, chacun escapait, il a son histoire, which could be translated. It's like every survivor is actually liable. In fact, every survivor got his or her personal story. The reason why I'm mentioning her title is for you to understand that even by visiting all those 124 genocide memorials, we were finding a lot of uniqueness. Most of the time, stories that are not a part of mainstream discussion about genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. As you know, today there is a very big debate by those who say that what happened in Rwanda is genocide against Tutsi, and those who say that it's a Rwandan genocide. Hopefully from this discussion we can also tackle on that. After observing the attachment that survivors had to the killing site, as you may know, a French historian, Pierre Nora, she called some of these killing sites, she also called them sites of memory, in French, liens de mémoire. I decided towards the end of our work, to also include, aside of our research on memorials, to start searching on sites of memory. So this is a map I developed. It's a map of Rwanda, but all these signs you are seeing on the map are sites where Tutsis were killed during the genocide. It includes, as you can see, 127 churches, 207 government offices, health facilities, military barracks, and the others I mean hills, roadblocks, rivers, because the rivers were also part of the killing sites in Rwanda. But this map, I have to precise that this map represents 265 genocide killing sites, or sites of memory, as Nora calls them. from all parts of Rwanda. It doesn't include roadblocks, wrecks, rivers, as I mentioned, and other unknown sites. During our research, from the testimonies, we learned that roadblocks, the principle of Interahamwe, the order they had was to set a roadblock at each junction of the road. Of course, with the development of the country, the increase of population, some of the street structure have been changed, which also means the loss of those stories and those sites. Well, this map demonstrates the extent to which genocide devastated Rwanda. It also shows that the research on genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda has unexplored, undocumented sites of memory, as each of them means thousands of stories. Remember what Speciosa mentioned. Throughout our interviews with survivors, our visit to the genocide memorials, monuments, and the sites of memory, I have understood that genocide is beyond the killing and extermination. Extermination and the destruction of a victim's property. It's also the unimagined level of cruelty that sometimes sites of memory represent. It's about thousands of stories lost sometime, or in the silence of survivors. For those who have read about Holocaust, you know that most of the Holocaust survivors started to share their stories after 20 years. So in that silence, there are a lot of memories, there are a lot of fog, there are a lot of parts of memory that have been lost. In the words of Speciosa Kanyabugoyi, the survivor I mentioned from Kichikiro, il n'y a pas de mots, c'est un crime. Il n'y a pas de mots pour décrire le génocide. C'est un crime qu'on ne peut pas décrire, which means there are no words. It means that we don't have the words to tell the story. We try in every, she added that we try in every language, even French, Kinyarwanda, and English. I don't know, she said. Any language we can use, we don't have the words to tell the story. We only try, but there weren't exact words to describe genocide. She said. Then, if survivors like Speciosa don't have exact words to explain the pain they have suffered during the genocide, therefore, how many times do the stories become misinterpreted, distorted, or lost through translation? As you can see on the PowerPoint, this is a photo I took in the north of Rwanda, in the west, in a district called the Gakenke district. So this used to be government offices where the killers killed the victims and then cut their hands and then use their hands in the blood to mark this fingerprint on the wall. So the time we visited, these fingerprints were still alive, were still existing. Surprisingly, the ICC logo has of the victims have hands. I think I will give them the real photo, the exact fingerprint of people who were killed one day, I guess. Our research discovered a strong influence. I mean, so you can see this. But also our research discovered a strong influence. You know, these are parts of the things we discovered in our research. The cruelty, the level of cruelty, which is not discussed. Because most of the time, in the debates about genocide, people discuss other stages. Remember, Gregory Stanton mentioned 10 stages. But when you see most of the conversation about genocide around other stages, other than extermination, I must precise that my presentation is about the extermination stage of genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. So in our research, we discovered the strong influence of Rwandan culture, mourning rituals, the Kinyarwanda language, a language which is used in Rwanda, and some borrowing of practices from the Holocaust memorization in the mourning and the remembrance of the victims killed during the genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. The reason being because Holocaust is well documented, and there are a lot of scholars and experts about the memory. So survivors, whenever they lost answers to whenever the Rwandan culture was not responding to this horrific memory, they were borrowing in different practices from other mass atrocities memorization. So they had invited Armenian survivors and the other Holocaust survivors and the others, just to learn, for example, how do we bury people who are killed in mass in a church? Because the Rwandan culture, culturally, well, it's a taboo to bury two people in the same grave. Yet, as I mentioned, Nyamata Church, there is now 10,000 in one mass grave. How do we then respond to that? So that these questions like, puzzling questions like this, that's why some survivors went to borrow some of those practices, or for the people who experienced these horrific genocide, mass atrocities in the past. As I conclude this presentation, because I'm also expecting some conversation, two-way conversation about this history, I'm assuming there are a lot of questions. I would like to say that based on our research and my experience of working in civil society in Rwanda, in peacebuilding and social healing, we should understand that memory has an important place in both justice and peace building. For us to build a society that socially empower the vulnerable people, we must understand the memory in every society, the memory of the past. Until we discuss about the memory, we can never, from our point of view, from our perspective, it's difficult to address the issues related to the vulnerables in the society. To achieve this, we should understand that the central role of culture in a society to ensure that the here and now, what these people are telling, if someone is talking about, is sharing a story, if someone is sharing a concern, sometimes it's beyond the message he or she is sharing. Sometimes this person don't have the words to exactly explain what's happened, as special as I mentioned. Therefore, we need to understand the central role of culture. How Americans tell stories, it's different from how Rwandans tell stories. When we were interviewing survivors, they were telling us, do you want me to start in 1963? Because they also had the pogrom of Tutsis in that time. Or you want me to start exactly in 1994? When here in America, I have learned that we should start with a personal story. Here, when in America, pizza, it means a lot of things. When you want people to attend, you organize a pizza party and they talk. In Rwanda, then you bring food in a talk about genocide, then that means you have looked down people. That's why I'm insisting that we should also give culture a central role in a conversation within a society if we are addressing the socially vulnerable people in a society. How does a society teach its own people to tell a story? Because at the end, the story is a medicine. This will enable survivors of mass atrocities to heal and become members of a society, which will enable the reparation of empathy and the trust and the collective sense of belonging. Sometimes people talk about the collective sense of belonging. We are this, we are in one country. Yet what we need to repair first is empathy and the trust. So we can only repair empathy and the trust, according to my experience and our research, through storytelling, through setting dialogue place where people tell stories and they are not judged. So for them to be able to trust members of the society who sometimes have oppressed them. In the words of the late Rwandan psychiatric Professor Nason Munyandamutsa, the misfortune is having no one to listen to you while the world is filled with people. So here you can see Bisesero Genocide Memorial. Bisesero Genocide Memorial, there is a spears. These spears and the stone inside. It means it's one of the most known resistance where Tutsis resisted to the government military attack and Interahamwe from 3 parts of Rwanda: Gikongoro, Cyangugu, and Kibuye. And the 3 military barracks, Cyangugu military barracks, and Kibuye military barracks, and the Gisenyi military. It's located in the west. It's said that 50,000 people perished on this hill. So, but of course, through the technique of Kwivanga developed by one of the leader of the resistance who died in those 3 days attacks, there are some survivors who survived by resisting using spears and stone. If you go to Kigali Genocide Memorial, which was developed by non-Rwandan, and you go to Bisesero, then you understand also that the culture means a lot in the memory. That's why Vedas brought spears and stone, which means a lot in Rwandan culture and in that resistance. But when you go to Kigali Genocide Memorial, you also find a lot of ways, Western way of telling a story, which is writing. That means if we also need to memorize in the context of Rwanda, we need to merge both. That means Western knowledge about telling a story, but also Rwandan way of telling a story to be able to capture what happens in that space. Therefore, I'm concluding because I mentioned about the role of listening and the role of storytelling and the space, safe space where people tell stories and not judged. Let's all be good listeners to those whose hearts are burdened by the memories of the past, as we build a just and peaceful society, because that is in reality a true sense of justice. Thank you very much.
We're going to open the floor right now to any questions from the audience. Questions?
Hi, thank you. That was great. So you said something that I really attached myself to, I guess, and you said, how does a society teach people to tell a story? And so I'm curious if in your field work you found any sort of like consistencies or commonalities in people's retellings or stories that you felt like might have been sort of a like top-down discourse, I guess, or like a commonality in the story that felt like it was always there because it felt like it was a society teaching them to say something. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Thanks.
Are we taking one question or we are taking more than one? One at a time. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. What's your name again? Oh? August. Oh, thank you so much. How does a society teach its member to tell a story? Or how does a society tell a story? How does members in the society tell a story? I would say that there are a lot of things we learn in a society without being taught, but in a real sense, it's informal education. It's at home, when you are at the table, when the people tells you that at the table we behave like this. And when you travel across the country, you find that all people practice the same. So I had a chance also to learn, in my undergrad I did economics with education. I learned that there are 2 types of education. There is informal education and formal education, which is in these settings like where we are with our beloved professors. But informal education forms attitude. We learn attitude at home, not at school. At school, we learn knowledge. That's why we have a different discipline. It's because we are coming from different homes. So therefore, there is what we learn in a family. And Rwandan society is known to be a society that is very structured and hierarchical. Telling a story was a part of the traditional education. In Ntore, when we mention in Ntore we are learning how to For example, you know, in America there's sarcasm. People here use sarcasm a lot. So in Rwanda, when people tell sarcasm and you get angry, that means you are uneducated. That comes from unconscious replication of the past education. How do we tell a story? Then it's inherited from family settings. But of course, there is also a lot of teachings in Rwanda where government teach people to tell a story. I mean, different things. So some throughout the schools, throughout the family settings, throughout the informal settings, there are a lot of ways of telling people to tell the stories. Of course, girls were also having that they told were for men. Girls were also having what we call urubohero. Urubohero were like education school of girls, and we, you know, where they learn the family skills, also how to tell stories, how to talk to husbands. These are traditional part of the society. But in our research, we discovered that there are things that Rwandans today practice from the culture, but without knowing that they are practicing those. Whenever I talk to survivors, they say, yeah, there is attachment of culture. They say, no, we are Christian. We don't practice those things, you know? And I ask them, when someone dies, do you light the woods? Do you have a firewood? Because that's a traditional way of coming together and warm that conversation as you support the family that lost someone. They say, yeah, we do that. Yeah, then where did that come from? Today we use, of course, with the influence from the Holocaust memorization, because it's coming from a developed society where they have a scientific knowledge. There is a use of candles. So now people are using candles, but those candles, make no mistake, the Rwandans adopted that because they reflect the firewood of the past. Of course, there are a lot of examples from our research. I don't know if I'm responding to your question, but that's what I can give. Thank you so much.
I think one of the things that I was waiting for you to respond in a question is the common. Did you find common or similarities in how people's how did she say the question? Is there common
how people tell stories?
Tell a story, yeah.
Thank you very
common,
much. Yeah.
Or differences.
Yeah. Did I say that I'm doing a master's? I'm doing a master's at Binghamton University in genocide and mass atrocity prevention. I was always interested in how the academic tell stories. Sometimes with a lot of conversation, with theories. Of course, it is a knowledge production, you know. But as a survivor, you want something emotional. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. So I had to take a class of storytelling, creative storytelling. Then my professor, whom I told at the end of our class, when you finish a semester, last semester, you helped me 100%, now I understand. I learned that she was always telling me that, Omar, don't be chronological. Don't be chronological in telling a story. Be creative, show us emotions. And I'm like, yeah, I needed emotions. But survivors from west, south, north, east, and the Kigali city, which are those are provinces of Rwanda, they wanted to narrate chronologically their story, the common. Well, that's a common. Sometimes they would tell you that when you tell them that, but we don't have time, they will tell you, do you want me to start in as I mentioned, do you want me to start 1963? For this woman we interviewed in the East, she told us, she had survived the pogrom of 1963. And she told us, do you want me to start in 1963? We are like, yeah, just start where you want. Our interviews, the average time was 2 hours. Because the people have to chronologically talk about their life. For you to understand how the genocide came in their life. the oppression they lived before genocide. So the chronology of telling a story. The Kinyarwanda culture, the Kinyarwanda language, which is a language which is in Rwanda, it uses a lot of idioms, proverbs, to mean things when people they want you to know, but they don't want to be open. They are going to use idioms, which I think it's also part of things we need to explore, the Kinyarwanda language, and how the ignorance about that language cause a lot of misinterpretation of the history of Rwanda. So most of all survivors, these questions that are hard to them, they were using idioms. So women left during the genocide. They almost all of them, they were becoming silent to the level, to the point where they were left during the genocide. When Stephanie and Anna Marie, who have coming from Western culture, where the story need to be detailed, need to show a lot of, reactions, those stories, which is a very performative culture. They were asking me, but why these women are becoming silent at some point? And when you follow the story, when the place where they became silent, then the story is not connected. For example, this woman in the West told us a story how 4 men took her in a small house in the backyard. Then she paused and cried. Then when we follow the next story, it was a different story. She never told us what happened with those 4 men. She never told us what happened. Of course, you can understand, rape is not something, it's something that is heavy to human beings. I'm not saying to women, because in Rwanda also men were raped during the genocide. But to men is worse, because today they don't have a space to mention that. Because Rwandan culture doesn't entertain weakness. And then therefore, for men who are raped, they think that it's their fault. So very few opened up. Even for women, it's very worse. Very, very worse, because the UN mentioned that between 1,000 and 2005, and 250,000 women were raped during the genocide. Only Consoleni Shimwe, who live in Manhattan, New York City, was able to write that in her book, Left to Tell. For those who want to read, her book is on Amazon. So my sister, there are a lot of commonalities. That also shows, of course, there are also some uniqueness, especially as I mentioned, survivors never experience the same suffering. For me, I lived in the forest. I survived the massacre in a church where soldiers, they shelled inside the church using grenades and automatic guns in a period of 2 hours before they throw tear gas inside. And then the militia used machetes and wooden crab at the end. But there are others who didn't live that same experience as me. There are others who were hidden by some Hutu friends. And they spent 3 months inside the house. It's painful, but it's not like mine. In our research, we found that people who lived inside the toilet. There are people who are buried. If you read the book of Frida Umuhoza, the book is called They Wanted Me to Die, but no, Destined to Die. I mean, I will check but you can search Frida Umuhoza. She was buried alive by miracles. You can imagine someone who was buried and survived. So the commonalities are there, but also the uniqueness are there, depends on the story. Thank you so much.
Murakoze cyane.
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about the significance of describing how, typically in the U.S., by and large, it's referred to as the genocide in Rwanda versus the genocide against the Tutsis. I just wanted to hear your feedback about that.
Thank you so much. If you use Rwandan genocide, that means we are distorting the history of genocide in general, not only genocide in Rwanda. There are two definitions of genocide. The term itself was coined by Lamkin, as you may know. There is an intent first to exterminate a specific group of people. The reasons to exterminate that group is also specific: nationality, ethnic, religion. There are some discussion about also including political groups. It's still a debate among the scholars, which is also there. I always tell people that the difference is that Rwandan genocide never existed, but the genocide against Tutsi existed. It's when you search the proofs of that intent, according to Lamkin, and UN Convention of 1948, that we understand that using Rwandan genocide is, first of all, denial of a genocide. Because when you use Rwandan genocide, you are not holding the person who published 10 Hutu Commandments in 1990 in Kangura accountable. You're not holding that person accountable. Because the first free 10 Hutu Commandments are about gender. They are allocated to Hutu women. The next 4 commandments, they are about power and positions. The 8th is about not having mercy. It's about destroying empathy in a society. Of course, in every genocide, the commonality of every genocide is power. Power. There is power. Domination is also another intent of genocide. Total destruction is an intent of genocide. If you analyze all genocides, banning Jewish books, that means intellectual domination. Dehumanization is also part. So then if you entertain discussion about genocide and you remove dehumanization part of it, you are not talking about genocide. You are talking about something else. But of course, I'm not criticizing the people who use Rwandan genocide. I want also to know something else that I think is being discussed in academia. How do we include indigenous knowledge? How do we match indigenous knowledge versus scientific knowledge, which is scientific knowledge is coming from a Western societies. Performativity, performance, which is in a Western society. It's not most of the time in other cultures. So genocide against Tutsi obviously was coined and pushed forward by survivors. So of course you can understand it is still a debate. I accept that we should keep debating that. Even though when you say Rwandan genocide, no one was killed because he was a Rwandan. He or she was a Rwandan. People were killed because they were Tutsis. When you see the importance of language, the language of killers, there are a lot of articles on that. The language of killers. Tutsi were called cockroaches, snakes. When you go to Holocaust, you find lads and the other dehumanizing words to the Jews. So that means that we need to make sure that then if we want to discourage dehumanization in a society, because dehumanization has such effect, we are saying we need to understand that our discussion on genocide is also holding the past accountable. Therefore, using the right term, questioning, of course, the history, not be radical. For example, I'm not radical when I find someone using Rwandan genocide. I'm okay. But I'm telling, let's discuss, let's debate, because it's through debate that the ideas come. Understanding also that there is a sense of culture. Rwandan genocide was a term coined by journalists who came to Rwanda and taken over by scholars. So some of these people, because of something called transaction, they don't want to change. There are a lot of articles that have been written, a lot of books. When you see the resistance in that term, of using that term, is based on transaction and the culture. But therefore, it's a good source of debate for us to prevent the genocide, if we are to prevent it, if we have courage to prevent it, for us to hold accountable the past, and for us to be responsible when we write and argue in our intellectual spaces. Understand that genocide comes from our articles. Hate is first written, discussed in intellectual spaces before it is taken over in a popular language. Then we need to be responsible when we talk about genocide. I don't know if I respond to your question. I am not against people who use that, but from what I said, you can conclude. Not giving a conclusion. By what happened in Rwanda, the conclusion I'm giving is genocide against Tutsi, not Rwandan genocide. There are a lot of evidence you can have, but there is no evidence that say that what happened in Rwanda was genocide against Rwandans. Of course, the Arusha Tribunal concluded that what happened in Rwanda is a genocide against us. There was also an argument like that in Arusha Tribunal. Some judges, some lawyers who are defending the perpetrators were saying, no, the government of Rwanda is saying that the ethnic, Hutu and Tutsi in Twa were not ethnic group, were social category, which is okay. But the argument the Arusha Tribunal, International Tribunal, Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda gave, is that when genocide happened, Hutu and Tutsi and Twa were used as ethnic groups in the constitution of Rwanda. Just also to remind you that Hutu and Twa and Tutsi changed the status from 1973. Before it was a race. From 1930 to 1973, when the government, the second Hutu government, the republic, took over in a coup d'etat, then it changed that. So all these are realities of history. Of course, we can learn and unlearn as we move forward. That's the essence of education. That's the essence of intellectual spaces, I guess. Any other question? Just one?
Yeah, we have time for one more question.
Okay.
In the United States, there's still a strong stigma against seeking therapy and mental illness, including when it's related to trauma. I assume it's the same way in Rwanda, especially in 1994. Was storytelling just an extension of the culture there, or was it used strategically in place of trying to get people help with mental illness? In other words, was storytelling sort of like a first attempt or a way in the door to help people process that trauma?
Thank you very much. I think mental health and the healing process, counseling. Thank you for letting me know that it's having difficulties in this society, which I thought there are a lot of openness, there are a lot of talk, a lot of the culture that informs to tell stories, to write in journals. Writing also is, I think, culture of this society. But in Rwanda, it's worse than that. Because then people consider sharing wounds as a synonymous of being weak. Rwandan culture, coming to your question, was not encouraging men to cry. Until today, we have mothers who tell their sons, don't cry like your sister. You are not supposed to cry like your sister. And of course, it's not blaming mothers. They do a lot of job to raise us. Double work than I think our fathers. But also that sense of education is there. The encouraging people not to express weakness. In my experience of working with civil society organization, we had dialogue spaces for healing dialogue spaces. Most of the time, it's women who are sharing what happened to them. Even in our research, we have a lot of details from women we interviewed than men. So once in Navigant Rwanda, which is an organization I worked for, we asked ourselves why we don't have stories from men. The conclusion from that conversation was that there is culture influence, which I think also in the US, maybe you can trace the culture influence. What do people tell at home in a positive way that if you are in other contexts affect us to overcome the psychological wounds? Of course, also psychological healing, it doesn't have a transaction. No, it doesn't have a transaction. That's why I think it loses sense in this society, which have transaction as invisible driver of everything. So I think that's where there is an issue. In Rwanda, it's about culture. In both contexts, it's culture, because transaction is also part of this culture, I think. So I mentioned that I innovated a program which is still helping most survivors today. If you go to the website of SAF Rwanda, which is a UK-based non-government organization that supported us from the start when we initiated that program, I initiated phone call, toll-free number. At the time, I had them in mind the vulnerable survivors from rural areas who don't have access to experts because it costs money to reach to the city, but also who have those stigmas, and when it comes to the left women, it's worse because then it comes with a privacy. So to cut the whole story short, or to share with you, it's connected to the culture, the means. So what this program we created is helping survivors is that on phone someone is not seeing you, and you can reach to the expert who have the ethic of not judging you. Of course, because the number is free, it's also going to be encouraging people. From the testimony I watched, because I'm no longer connected to that idea I created, the testimony I watched in one of the documentary recently, it created a lot of impact. So maybe we need also to discover how can we allow people to express the wounds without having any person in touch. There's now technology. What are the technological means we can create? That's a question, I think, to all of us. What are technological means we can create that can break that culture, those stigmas? I think that's where I can end with your question. We have a very good question that concerns us all, because healing is becoming a global concern.
Thank you very much, Omar. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We will be taking a break until about 4 o'clock when our next presentation will start. Thank you all for being in attendance for this one very much. Omar, thank you again.
Thank you too. So there is a QR code I shared because of recent, I also created a small platform for survivors who write. I mentioned Consoleni Shimwe. So you registering to this is a support. So thank you so much. It's called the Storytelling Library. It's not yet a library. It's still a library on the technological part, but it's also a platform to help people to tell stories and learn from stories, because sometimes we heal by listening, by telling, but also from listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us for what's going to be our final event. Woohoo! Yes, we made it all the way. Thanks. We are once again pleased to have Dr. Robert Robinson from John Jay College with us to give us a little background and knowledge about Black queer pedagogies. Robert, you got it. Take it away.
Check 1 2. Yeah, it's my quiet storm voice. All right, so yeah, thanks again for coming out. Can y'all still hear? Is it picking up on the? I don't have to be like directly into the mic. Am I good here? Okay. So yeah, thanks again for coming out and welcome to Black Queer Lives and Pedagogies. Sorry, I don't want to be chewing in your ear. I want us to kind of start with the question. So as I said yesterday. I'll just reintroduce some of my work. I started out in K through 12, 2 years in elementary school, 9 years in high school as an English teacher. When I was preparing one of the slides, I was thinking about, I was like, oh my gosh, my English teacher is showing, so you'll catch it when it gets there. I'd like to take you on a journey that's kind of through how I arrived at this research question. That's kind of going to be like one of the many things on my research agenda for the next few years. And so I'm thinking about the questions of the personal, the political, and the pedagogical, not just because we have multiple P's and it's given that alliterative feel. Sounds like something Jesse Jackson would say, as I said yesterday. But it's also because I think the personal and political are part of the pedagogical and they're not divorced, and we'll talk more about that today. So this is at once like two strands in education. There are so many different variations of education as a field of study. One of them is curriculum studies, which is one of the houses that I sit in, and the other one is history of education, which is another house that I sit in. And then outside of education, or within it and through it and all around it, are Africana studies, women, gender, sexuality studies. Wear multiple disciplinary hats. So you're going to be swimming. I'm mixing metaphors, but you see where I'm going. All right, next. So I always have an opening task because that's the teacher in me. So if you were given 30 seconds, we always, my fellowship advisor used to do this to us, and I think it was torture. But this is the non-torturous or less violent version. If you were given 30 seconds to describe yourself to someone without the pressures of academic or careerist performance, right? So you give that elevator pitch when you're trying to tell somebody about your work. Don't do that today. But if you're going to give that 30-second pitch, what would you say? What things would you say to describe yourself? So I'm going to give you 1 minute to come up with a 30-second pitch. And then because I'm rude, I'm going to ask you to move around the room, and you're going to practice it with at least 2 people. All right, ready? So you got 1 minute. You can jot it down on a sheet of paper. You can put it in your phone like I do. But yeah, let's hear some of these pitches. And remember, this doesn't have to be your full, resume in 30 seconds. What are the things that you would tell someone about you if you didn't have to worry about all the other stuff that academics do when they tell that story? All right, start wrapping it up, maybe 10 more seconds. All right, that was like 15. All right, so the task for now, the talk and turn is not going to be like yesterday's talk and turn where you got to speak with someone who was right next to you. Today, I want you to actually talk to someone at a different table. So it seems to be like most of y'all are like somewhere between this row and this row. So for y'all in this row, you get a free pass today, so y'all can talk to each other. In this row, y'all, if you're on this side, talk to somebody from this side. And so trade pitches, and then I'll set the timer for a minute. I'll let you know when it's time to switch people. All right, and go. All right, we're at the 30-second mark. If you haven't switched yet. All right, and time is up. Okay, so find a pause point. Check 1, 2. Find a pause point. And next, because I forced you for this one, your next partner can be anybody in the room. But if you want to challenge yourself, introduce yourself to someone else you don't know, but it's not mandatory this time. So find a new partner. I'll give you a chance to meet each other, and you're going to do what you just did with the new partner. All right. And action. All right, first person should be wrapping up in about 3 seconds. And if you haven't switched, go ahead and do so. Find a place to pause. All right. And we're at time. I love. Huh? Okay, 5 more seconds. All right. Which is more like 15. Go ahead. I also forgot one of the instructions. I hope you thanked your first partner. If not, you can do a long distance thank. And if you're with your second partner still, thank them. All right. No. Do y'all want to go? Y'all want to go another round? Y'all sound excited. Let's do it. One more round. Let's do it. All right. So find a new partner. It's all Willie's fault, y'all. It's all Willie's fault. All right, and go for it. All right, and start wrapping up first person, switching to the second person. And switch if you haven't already done so. All right, and find a point for pausing. And we're at time. All right. If you haven't already done so, thank your third partner. All right, some of y'all already knew each other in this process, and we'll be reflecting on that in a second. But I kind of want to hear. I want to hear how that went. What was it like for you to write the prompt? Anybody want to share what it was like to write that out before you actually shared it? In the back, and then Shalana, I'm coming. All right, go ahead. Mm. Thank you for that. How many other folks were feeling similar things? Raise your hands. Okay, whole room. I love it. I love it. Go ahead, Shalana.
That's all I was going to say. I didn't really know where to start thinking about myself outside of being an educator, which is usually where I start when I start talking about myself. So it was interesting to sort of pick other things.
Thank you for that. Yes. Go ahead. Is it Blair? Yes, go ahead, Blair. Yeah, which is also hard. It's like, who am I? Shit. Yeah. yeah. That's a really, really good point. Really good point. So let's snap it up for our folks who shared out. Appreciate y'all. There's going to be a couple more questions I got on the list. How many of you actually followed the prompt with people that you do know? Did you still practice it? Because I know the tendency, if you know somebody, you're like, okay, let's talk about what we had for lunch. But how many of you actually followed it if you talked to someone you did know? And what was that like for you? Willie, you look like you want to share. Go ahead. Yeah. And these are new glasses. So there it is. Go ahead. Yes. Yeah. That's great. I also love that you pulled in August for that one, and August's position as a leftist made y'all like disrupt the group formation. It's like, oh my gosh, it's almost like you were preparing for my presentation, and I just want to thank you. Extra credit, August. But no, that is dope, because I think about how often who we are translates into what we do or how we operate, how we move in the world, which is like basically, you gave me the full-on alley-oop, and I'm terrible at basketball, so thank you. All right, so anyone else want to talk about their experience? You can respond to either of those questions or a completely different question. Want to talk about what that experience was like, either writing it or being in conversation. Go ahead.
I've done exercises like this a few times over the last few months, and every time I try it again, I discover something new about myself. It seems obvious that you would know everything about yourself. It's not actually like that.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to keep on finding new things.
How much are they paying y'all to set me up right now? Yeah, because I think that's a really, really, really like a really important point to think about. Like, one, the ever-present struggle to know thyself, right? And I used to tell my students when I really thought I was getting deep, I was like, I have to wake up every morning and reintroduce myself to, in that voice too, reintroduce myself to myself, right? And thinking, but the reality is we're constantly growing. We're a collection of all the experiences that made us who we are. And I always come back, my favorite piece that I always think about is Sandra Cisneros' 11, because she's like, you're within each year that makes you you, and it's a children's short story, but it's like the best philosophy of knowing oneself and about life. So when you were talking about that, it's like, yeah, of course that would happen because, 17,000 things happened to you yesterday that influence and inform who you are today. Which takes me to, my own snitching of on myself. So first off, thanks again for the folks who shared in this latter half. Appreciate it. And then, so I asked you about you. How did I come to this question? Like, who am I? What are we talking about? So I taught K through 12 in California, which is supposed to be like, great progressive land. That's a whole lie. But I was closeted in my teaching career for during K through 12, not just in the classroom, but like in life closeted. And I think there was this tension that I was always wrestling with throughout that time. And so then when I actually came out, it was like after I left the classroom. But there were all these things that I had already been doing. I had already had a queer Black feminist kind of framing in my mind, but I was wrestling with the tensions about how I was showing up in the world and thinking about what those tensions look like in my everyday life, and thinking about the students I was supposed to be supporting, but also feeling like I was living a lie to myself, like living a lie in my own life. I was out to myself, but was only out to a select few folks. And so I think it was largely because I was an English major in undergrad that I found myself in folks like Jordan. Locke came later. That actually came in grad school. Hughes, Baldwin, and Lord, right? And some of those folks will actually be we'll be talking about today. But then I was I got asked to write for a curriculum studies book, and they were writing about the topic was normativity, and I was like, oh, I'm writing about normativity in this specific category. But like the more I wrote about it, the more I couldn't stray away from the discussion of heteronormativity. And it was this, I know all of these things about myself, I know all these things, but the same concept you were talking about was like, oh, I was reintroduced to the self, and thinking of myself as a researcher. And so when I left the classroom, it was the hardest thing for me because it was like my entire identity, like Shalom was saying, was like, my entire identity was like wrapped in my teaching identity. And not to say that is not a huge part of all of who I am, but it's not all of who I am. And so kind of reckoning with all parts of myself, thinking about how each piece of me is going to show up every day, and what that looks like kind of drove me to this inquiry, because I'm like, other folks, I'm not the first one, duh. How have other folks navigated this? And so this is how we get to this question and this practice, or these practices. So I'm gonna read a piece because we're talking about curriculum. So one of the major claims that kind of undergirds this inquiry is curriculum is biographical / autobiographical. And this one, this quote comes from Shields 2018. Underlying all our theoretical assumptions about curriculum lies our own experience, which consciously or not directs our understanding and interpretation of curriculum in our present day lives. And I think that line about underlying it all, right, is our own experiences. Each year, each day, kind of wrapped into all of who we are. Next one. All right, so this is actually the excerpt from the piece I was talking about. It's really short. If you want to find it, I don't know if it's easy to access. If not, I'll send you like a copy because I'm tripping about publishing rights. But I thought I was a hotshot pedagogue on the path of co-constructing a mini revolution with my fellow marginalized students. At the exact same time, I was deeply closeted, only out to a handful of people I swore to secrecy. Students could live and speak their truths freely, and yet I denied myself the opportunity to engage in my own truth. Students' truths about themselves were valid, but mine weren't. In many ways, I envied them. And so this is my, y'all are seeing the written version of my snitch on myself. And then, but thinking about the ways that I envied my students, like living their truths, creating the space for them to live their truths, and thinking about how I'm wrestling with my own. So the project. I have been thinking about this project. I did this year of Baldwin project on my own. I was just like, as if I didn't have enough to read in grad school, I was like, I want to know what Baldwin is talking about. And it was around that time when everybody was reading Baldwin. It was like the year, just that year, I think. What's the one that everybody watched, the documentary? I'm Not Your Negro had just come out. Yeah, so I had already committed to the project like a month before I saw the film. And so then the film came out and I was just like, this is holding you accountable for the thing you said you were going to do. So then I read a Baldwin book each month and I was just like, how is he all of these things? How are you a cultural critic? How are you a film critic? How are you also like a playwright? And doing all of this, and how is all of your life woven through every single work that you're writing? And he really, for me, like opened up this conversation about the personal and pedagogical. So I was at Grinnell for a year. We could talk about what that experience was like. But I applied for this grant, and I was like, I want to work with undergrads to help them to unpack some of these questions that I've been wrestling with. So we're going to do this together. So I had students who I've been working with all year, and I asked them to come and work with me on this project. All of them, 3 of the 4 were Black students. The 4th was a student of color. 3 of the 4 identified as queer. So I was just like, okay, this is gonna be a Black-ass, queer-ass project. I'm so excited. So, and I knew that Curore was gonna be at the foundation. So I knew that we were gonna be asking ourselves questions about these folks, but also asking what our engagement with their lives would do for our understandings of curriculum, for our understandings of how we engage with the rest of the world. And so I gave them a whole list, but they actually ended up picking people who I kind of wanted to do the deep dive with anyway. And so one student did Langston Hughes, one did Audre Lorde, one did James Baldwin, and the other did June Jordan. And my project was Locke, who's not listed here. August, we could talk about later. I owe you. So I went too far. So some of the questions we asked are, how is the relationship between the personal, political, and pedagogical evident in each historical figure? Thinking about what their lived realities are and the teaching practice that comes through those lives. And what are the implicit and explicit curricula uncovered in this research process? So what are the things that we saw that are like, oh, lesson plans or teaching practices, blah, blah, blah. And then what are the things that we didn't, that aren't so overt, which is like how they just live or engage with folks. And then metacognition and low-key inception, right? Like the dream within a dream within a dream. So metacognition, like a lesson within a lesson. How are we changing through the experience of engaging with these life stories? So how through the study of this curriculum are we actually writing a curriculum for our own like kind of self-learning process? And then the final part was like, where do we go? Right? Where do we go from here? As a research collective, as individuals, and so these are the questions that we all took up. So the conceptual framework that undergirded our work were multiple. One is steal in the meeting, which is a concept that I talked about yesterday. I will reintroduce, so if that slide looks familiar, I apologize, but also if you needed to remember, this is your chance. The other one is critical race feminist curore by Denise Taliaferro-Basile, who is the former president of curriculum studies through AERA. And then Black queer feminist pedagogy, which comes from Mel Michelle Lewis. So I'll give you a couple of quick excerpts so you don't have to read it all for the moment. So I come to this question of stealing the meeting as like the teleology or like the thread that kind of helps me to see what Black education for liberation looks like in the United States. And so it comes from an oral history where a woman by the name of Elizabeth Sparks talks about how free Black folks would sneak onto the plantation to teach enslaved Black folks how to read and write. So this is a literacy practice, but it's like ultimately at the foundation of how we see education as resistance from Jump Street, right? And so then when we are, when we finally are granted citizenship, and we can talk about how that was a whole lie, but but when we were granted citizenship, that the things that Black folks already put into place are, one, education, public education, and I said this yesterday, I'll say it again, that is one of the many gifts that Black folks gave to the United States. And then, so yeah, one, that was like the huge thing that comes out of that discussion, but that conversation about educate to liberate is also how we see Like folks were literally writing, in some cases, their passage to freedom. And so, but the act of stealing the meeting is also illegal. Like if you got caught, you were going to be sentenced to imprisonment, you were going to be beaten, and in some cases, death. And so thinking about how folks who were free were risking their lives because they thought it was that important for other folks to have freedom of the mind. And this is the undercurrent that kind of helps us to look at how education has mapped our existence in the United States. Jarvis Givens, amazing scholar who writes this book called Fugitive Pedagogy, looking at Carter G. Woodson, also talks about the same concept of stealing meeting, but he calls it fugitive pedagogy, right? Like ever since, basically, since that connection to education has been illegal, Black folks engaging with education is a fugitive practice. And then I also pulled from a Sean Crowley who talks about stealing the meeting is also akin to steal away, which is a spiritual practice, but the same concept, right? If we could steal away, if we could sneak away for this otherwise opportunity, or what he calls otherwise possibilities. And so in what ways are these things happening in Black queer spaces? And what ways are they happening in Black life in general in the United States? That's one of the three areas that we'll be talking about. The other is critical race / feminist curare. The last word, I always struggle with the pronunciation, but the basic American English pronunciation is curare. It actually literally means life course, or folks use it to talk about curriculum being autobiographical or biographical, the point I made earlier. She's writing a couple of pieces, and in one of them she says, I'm looking specifically to understand and to signify the production of the racialized extended self and the meanings it makes of education for liberation. I love that she talks about racialized extended self. And so thinking about the multiple parts of our identities. So those questions that I asked you earlier about who am I, right? What are the multiple points of, or axes of identity in which we enter, and how are those showing up in our engagements with each other? The other part is critical race feminist curare is most interested in looking at the relations among race, knowledge, power, and the self. I think sometimes we don't want to do that inner work because it's exhausting and frustrating, but it's also the necessary work. If we have to reintroduce ourselves to ourselves, that means we also have to see who we are in relationship to others, in relationship to ideas, in relationship to space, right? And so just want to take you through that. And then finally, of the three, of the trifecta, I love this blue-purple situation. The red, even though red's my favorite color, it doesn't fit here, but we'll embrace the other two. I transparently named this method of teaching Black queer feminist pedagogy, an ordered and practical teaching method that relies on both the teaching of realities and teaching through interdisciplinary practices while recognizing the body as a site of learning and knowledge. So thinking about multiple explanations of the self. So the others were kind of like idea, they're like the heady versions of the self, but what does it look like when my actual physical body is in this space? And that's a double-edged sword. When we talked about this in my grad course, it was like one of the first things we talked about. It's like, what does it mean for Black folks to, in all spaces, have to be the actual like physical sacrifice? And so, yeah. Let's sit with that for about 5 seconds. I think that was about 5. Okay. My interdisciplinary practice of teaching Black women's studies requires teaching the self as embodied text, as the intersections of race, class, gender, and sexual subjectivities. So coming back to that question of showing up in our entirety, but also, does that not mean, this is the question we also contend with, is a person not engaged in Black queer pedagogy just because the body is not the sacrificial element? And that's something that we also should be playing around with. All right, so the first one, the bold ones on the left, these are the first 4 that we studied, but when I taught this class last fall, these are the full list of 10. And then another key player who comes up often in our text that we didn't focus on specifically, so the next time I teach this class, we will, is County Cullen. And I think the cool thing about engaging in this work and doing biographical, autobiographical work is you get to see the networks of Black life across space and time. Black folks were talking to Black folks. They were engaged in community with Black folks and across different sectors. Dancers were talking to singers, right? You think about the Harlem Renaissance, the before and after lives of the Harlem Renaissance. Singers and actors were talking to activists. Dancers and playwrights were activists. Folks were engaged in mutual aid relationships. It was a whole, like, thinking about how Black life in New York existed. And even folks who weren't in New York. So Angela Davis was actually in the South, but like gets this wins this really cool scholarship and attends a school in Greenwich Village, and is a classmate of a woman by the name of Mary Lou Patterson, whose mother was homies with Langston Hughes. So like, just thinking about these networks of support, and then she goes off and goes to Brandeis, meets James Baldwin, like. Oh my God, yeah. So I think the more we study Black lives, the more we recognize that the people were dope because they were in conversation and in relationship with dope people. So next, we'll start with these two. So the tricky thing about Langston Hughes that comes up, and this is a question that came up in our course often, is Langston Hughes never, like on paper, says, I'm queer or I'm gay. And then when we think about queerness, queerness is also a political positioning. It's not just enough that like, oh, who I'm going to bed with or who I'm going to bed as, but it's like, how am I showing up in the world and what does liberation look like through who I am and who I'm going to bed as? You know, like, and those are things that we come back to often. And so is it fair to call Langston Hughes a Black queer pedagogue? And these questions of like posthumously outing someone, and then would we say that he had a queer political orientation? I don't know. So we could never like put our finger on exactly what you would call someone like Langston Hughes. So we use the term queer adjacent as a placeholder. If y'all come up with another one before the end of this, let me know. We can go and coin it together. But the cool thing about Hughes is what folks don't know is before he even takes off to his wonderful life and complicated life in the Harlem Renaissance, he's actually a teacher of the English language in Mexico. And so he grows up like basically poor, but has a rich dad who lives in Mexico. I don't know how much y'all know about Hughes's history. Has a rich dad who lives in Mexico, hates his father, like sick to his stomach, hates his father. But actually has this economic opportunity after he graduates high school and goes to live with his father, who is very anti-Black. So he's like, make it make sense. And actually, the poem he writes, "The Negro Speaks of Rivers," is actually his refutation or like his act of protest as he's taking the train. I can't remember if he's taking the train down to Mexico or back to the U.S. at the time. But he writes the poem thinking about how much he loves Black people, right? Almost as like to spite his father. But the cool thing about Hughes is he actually starts off as a teacher here. And then he writes this book called The First Book of Negroes, which actually gets taken up as curriculum across the East Coast. So thinking about Langston Hughes in this light, about like how in all of who he is actually, literally a pedagogue and also literally creating curriculum. And so wanted to highlight him. But he's also, in complex relationships. I mean, Alan Locke has a whole ass crush on him. And he's like, he's across like 3 biographies, right? People are like, I don't know, is he asexual? We don't know where to place him. And there's no language for this in 1924. So like, how do we grapple with who Langston Hughes is, and do we take him up as a queer ancestor? And those are things that we always think about. The other is James Baldwin, who's like out as hell, right? Everybody's picking up Giovanni's Room. And the funny thing is like Giovanni's Room is written in a time like dangerous times. It's written against the backdrop of McCarthyism. It's written against the backdrop of Black folks returning from World War II and facing like having this international consciousness and yet not being treated like they're actual human beings on their quote unquote home soil. And so he's writing this text during this time, thinking about gay love, but also thinking about identity, having specific names for what it is, like the texture of American exceptionalism. but he doesn't even write Giovanni as a black person, which I think is really interesting. And so like even the rhetorical moves he's making and the actual writing choices he's making are really telling. Next, we have County Cullen, who I'm actually probably going to have to do, I think I'm actually going to write a piece on Cullen because really interesting figure as well. So Cullen is like a great, if we're thinking about like how he shows up, he's the protege of Locke, which is kind of Langston Hughes, but Langston Hughes ditches Locke, so he doesn't become a full-on protege. But he's a contemporary of Hughes. He actually introduces Hughes to Locke. And then he becomes James Baldwin's French teacher. So thinking about the relationships between queer folks, making spaces for other queer folks. Super influential in the Harlem Renaissance, a poet who played on old classical forms with Black American content. And so thinking about the actual literal structures of the sonnet, the literal structures of rhyme and meter that exist in European poetry, particularly in the Italian and Shakespearean sonnet forms, he's playing with them all the time. And so this poem is super short, but I just thought it was worth noting because I also think that there's like, if we were to make a meme about this poem in the current context, it would read as a read. So the name of this poem is For a Lady I Know. And it's written in iambic pentameter, and the rhyme scheme is AB, AB, but that's the English teacher in me. So she even thinks that up in heaven, her class lies late and snores, while poor black cherubs rise at 7 to do celestial chores. And I'll read it again. And the title is For a Lady I Know. She even thinks that up in heaven, her class lies late and snores, while poor black cherubs rise at 7 to do celestial chores. And when I was thinking about this, I was like, this could also be titled. I'm thinking about all the titles it could take on. It could also be retitled as White Entitlement in 4 lines. And I was just thinking about how he's reading her, right? And it seems like, oh, okay, this is like a small read. Every time you read it more and more, you're thinking about what is actually going through this woman's life. How is she showing up in the world? And what are her interactions like with Black folks? And who pissed him off? But Cullen is also an amazing figure in Black life because he's, like I said, taking on these forms, but also disrupting our this notion of like white supremacy through the content of his work, and not just the notion, but the practices of white supremacy. I think the thing that I skipped over on purpose to come back to is he's married twice. So this compulsory heterosexuality. And one of his first wife was actually Du Bois's daughter. So again, Black folks in community with Black folks. And so thinking about how Black queer folks are also masking their queerness in public space for their own protection, and yet in other spaces like fully known and connected through queerness. And then 2 more, switching away from cis men, June Jordan and Audre Lorde. And this is a CUNY shout out to both of them. Woot woot. They both taught in the CUNY system. June Jordan also gets a California shout out because she taught at UC Berkeley. But they're both poet, scholars, and activists. And June Jordan also gives us the gift of Black English as a serious field of study. And so we talk about what Ebonics is during the Ebonics debate of 1995, 96. And she's already engaged in these really important questions in the early 1980s. And so June Jordan also is, she takes up the Poetry for the People campaign and uses poetry instruction as an opportunity to teach people to think through how they want to engage with the world, how they want to engage in politics. So coming back to that practice of stealing the meeting, right? Like literacy practice as a liberatory practice, poetry praxis here as a liberatory praxis. And And then we come to Audre Lorde. Everyone has now, everyone's now co-opted the language of self-care, and Audre Lorde is literally talking about self-care when she's battling cancer for the second time. And so poet, scholar, activist, also an educator, also John Jay educator, also taught in the SEEK program. Just saying. I got big shoes to fill. But Audre Lorde also helps us to think about, right, she's a member of the Combahee River Collective. I had a photo of them up yesterday. I should have brought it back. But Audre Lorde also is providing ways through the Combahee River Collective, but also through all of her writings, to think about race and class and gender and sexuality and ability or different abilities, about location, about immigrant parentage. I mean, she's taking us across all these different spaces to think about how my blackness, her blackness, is showing up in the world, and doing so boldly, and using language that is actually like, no, I'm like the uses of anger, taking up, we talk about how so many things can become weaponized, and what is anger as a generative feeling, a generative space for collective action. And so, what do these folks teach us? Well, before we get there, let's talk about the legacy. What new things are being done when we think about the Black queer legacy, moving from today into from yesterday to today. And so Shamari Reed, who's a scholar and homie and just thought partner, writes this amazing piece that talks about ballroom culture as being a way for us to think about how Black queer folks create spaces of community that empower people across different spaces. So how I show up in ballroom gives me the confidence, gives me the space, gives me the community to think about how I want to show up beyond ballroom. And so Shamari, he does a study with 4 different students and traces their journeys. All of them are queer and trans students. And so the first piece, this is all in the last section, so if you want to jump ahead, you can find it. But a major takeaway from this work is that in conceptualizing solutions or school initiatives to improve the schooling experiences for Black LGBTQ youth, we might benefit from taking our cues from ballroom culture and other LGBTQ communities of color, because they often are more effective in creating liberatory spaces. For the Black LGBTQ youth in my study, ballroom is such a place. It is their home place. Borrowing from Bell Hooks, borrowing from the use of home place in education, a la Bettina Love, he continues, it provides them with the space to live and dream out loud. If only other spaces they frequented, such as schools, followed ballroom's lead, these young people could free themselves and perhaps free us all from narrowly conceived ideologies around what it means to be human. Black queer folks, again, positioning ourselves, our bodies, and our spaces to teach the world. And what does it look like if they actually listen? It looks like full humanity. So what we learn from Black queer pedagogues and pedagogies, the personal as political and pedagogical, the Black queer self as curriculum or an embodied practice for the good, the bad, the ugly, that is an undercurrent that comes through these stories. A perpetual awareness of folks in the margins of the margins, thinking about discussions of intersectional discourse, and thinking about how folks who wrote the Combahee River Collective are folks across the sexuality spectrum as a Black radical feminist organization. And beyond the politics of representation. So it's not just enough that you show up and you have somebody, hey, we got a Black person on the Pride poster, it's gonna be amazing, right? Things are gonna change. NYPD has, a rainbow letters in the parade. So beyond the politics of representation. Black queer futurity and practice. If we can create spaces of home outside of the classroom, how can we revitalize the classroom to create home? How do we dream about spaces where borders, walls, shackles don't exist? and how by being ourselves, investigating ourselves, being in community with each other, do we create the world that we want to see. Finally, courtesy of Audre Lorde, RIP, protecting our peace toward an education for self-care and collective care. What does it mean for us to be engaged in this work, but to not bleed out so that there's nothing else left to continue the work for our own self-preservation? And that concludes my presentation. I am open to all questions, or as many as I can take. Thank you for your time, folks.
Questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it and have a lot to come back to because you referenced so much that is just full of life, and I need to understand and unpack everything. You referenced doing inner work. What do you think doing inner work requires?
Great question. So two major things. August, I love that you're in the room because can I reference a moment? It's not going to be a snitch moment. It's a good moment. The thing that came up often in our class, so August took my class last semester, and August said this one phrase that has been sticking with me because I was like, oh, I do this and didn't even know I do it, so thank you. But it's like, I was talking about this earlier, like opening up with snitching on myself, but this idea that like the idea of privacy is actually harboring spaces of violence. And so sometimes the inner work means being ready and willing to talk about the hurts, to talk about the pain, to talk about the vulnerabilities, to name the perpetrators of violence, to name the ways that you don't want to exist in violence. The inner work, I think, for me means asking myself who I am because of, in spite of, in hope of, right? It's existing. I talked about this yesterday too. I think we talk about history as if it's just it's just the past, and I think we always have to exist in whose shoulders I'm standing on, what teleology I'm existing within, and what futures am I dreaming about, and all of that is a part of the inner work. I don't know if that fully answers the question. Thank you for it.
Yeah, again, thank you for your presentation. Amazing work, and I'm going to sit with it and be in conversation with it as well. I'm curious about, like you talked about, sort of like your entire identity being wrapped in your teaching identity. Like I want to know, like, aside from like examples that example in particular, what happens, or what do you think? Or what are some examples of like what happens when you don't, you aren't able to like really figure out your identity? Like what comes up in spaces? Yeah. What would you say?
I'm not laughing at your question. I'm laughing at the thing I'm about to say. So I always think about how Cornel West keeps showing up in the news for different reasons, and so whenever I reference him, it makes me laugh. But the thing that I love about Cornel West is this: he talks about this idea of moral constipation. He's like, you got the good in you that you can't get out. That was my shitty Cornel West impression, but I think that's the thing. When you can't find that identity, it feels like a moral constipation. And I wish I would have been thinking about this when I wrote that piece. But part of me writing that piece is actually thinking about normativity. And so I talk about heteronormativity to actually talk about ways that I take on these standards. And Eurocentric standards, the standards that are imposed from externally to think about how I'm looking at my students' writing. And so almost like I hear all of the conventions that we say that they students should be able to do X, Y, and Z before they leave the room. But I'm also thinking about all the ways that I didn't preface the importance of, or it didn't embrace how important it was for them to name and to claim and to share their story. And so I did when we were in discussion, but when I came back to writing, it seemed like it was like one of those things that didn't happen. So even if I allowed the space for them to exist in all of who they were when we were in discussion, when we're talking about identity, I think the thing that's in the back of my mind is that my own self-criticality about who I am and how I show up was starting to bleed into the ways that I was engaging with my students. And I didn't know it until I was looking at their ways that they were responding to my comments about their writing. And so I was like, ooh, worst form of violence. So I feel like half of my career is like apologizing for my struggles as a teacher. And I was supposed to be the hot shit. So that's why I always tell teachers, I was like, if you think you're that great, I'm like, I got teacher of the year. I was like, I got all kinds of awards. And if I'm always talking about all the, like where I really messed up, literally apologizing to my students in article form twice, and then writing them like follow-up emails, I think it's important. Like, I do that because I know the importance of, they say like, it doesn't matter, people remember how you make them feel. And I'm thinking about, I never want someone's like memory of me, not just for my own personal self, or memory of what I believe to be a liberatory educational space, to be tarnished by my own inability to hug myself and to allow that hug to translate into the ways I engage with them on every level. So. Long answer, but.
Yeah, thank you for this. My question for you is, so when we talk about Audre Lorde and her work, especially with Sister Outsider, and you talked about how she was literally dying while she was producing that work. So when we talk about this concept of freedom or peace, I want to ask in terms of time and space in your trajectory of teaching, how has your pedagogy strengthened understanding that we're doing the work because of our ancestors, right? Mm-hmm. And how are you continuing to grow, and being that mentor with your students?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Such a good question. Also, just, ouch. That's a rude ass question. In all the right ways. So first of all, thank you for real. That's a good one. But I think for me, someone texted me today and was like, hey, we want you to appear on this panel to do X, Y, and Z. And I remember writing, I've had 3 miniature meltdowns this week. And this was just like maybe 3-4 hours ago. And I was like, I had 3 miniature meltdowns this week. I have to say, I was like, all of me wants to say yes, and I have to say no. And I think what I'm learning from like pedagogically is like it's possible to show up and to be in community, and that my need for my own preservation is so important. And I think the thing that I'm also learning is, it's funny I said ouch to your question, but like those other ouches that happen along the way every time I've said yes, every time I've said yes, how that's also been a betrayal of my own sense of peace, my own sense of rest. And so thinking about like I can't show up for them if there's nothing to show up with, if there's no one to show up. That's like a consistent lesson. Even in therapy, I'm like, hey, remind me next week. Like ask me, how many things I said no to the week before? So it's actually built into my practice. So I don't know if that answers the question. Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah. And I feel like, too, what happens is we talk about white saviorism in education, but we don't talk about how education itself, especially, for the teacher, is a saviorist kind of discussion. And so we get trapped into reproducing the same types of Yeah, so that's why when I talk about that question of not bleeding out, right? Like my Black queer body has to survive, you know, because I'm waiting for my students, you know. I want to be there for them. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
So, thank you. With all of the folks, whether it's the 5 folks that you talked about today or like the longer list of people that the Black queer pedagogues, I guess not to be like the negative Nelly here, but like what things do you think maybe they didn't get right or they missed that are now our job to figure out here?
Another ouch question. But thank you. I mean, I'm gonna go back to the list because it makes it easier if I have a visual. I mean, so many. James Baldwin, right? Love me some Jimmy, complicated figure, right? Like, you know, I have questions. I think one of them is like what your romantic relationships. Like, rarely do we see those with Black partners, and I'm wondering what questions are lingering there. And then Langston Hughes, that whole beef. We talked about this in class. That whole beef with Zora Neale Hurston. I didn't put Zora Neale Hurston. I got scared. The whole beef with Zora Neale Hurston. Like, what were the gender politics underlying? And then his descriptions in his own autobiography about women just feels really, really gross. And so that's why, like, when we talk about like Black queer pedagogies, like we can't put the Black feminists on them because there's so many ways that they're reproducing misogyny. I could go through the list for days, but those are just 2 quick examples that I came to you. I don't know if that helped. No problem. Go ahead, Willie.
So you used Shamari's work, which, by the way, Shamari's also done this before, so boom. Next time you talk to him, you say, "Oh, I'm in good company."
Okay.
But so I was wondering about that idea of learning from spaces like ballroom culture and then applying that into an institution like, you know, like the school that we're in now. Have you seen or do you know any examples of how that's been executed? And if you don't, what could you imagine that would look like that?
Great question. Okay, so 2 things. One question that came up in class that I also, because you were talking about what it looks like to be instituted. I think the scary thing is whenever we institute something that we've done in the Undercommons, it gets nasty and gross, hence NYPD at Pride, right? So there's the fear of what happens when something that is generative and liberatory is co-opted. That part gets scary. But then I'm also, the other part of that question, this is the other thing that was running through my mind, is the need for affinity spaces. And so how do we, I think one way that can get taken up, one of my other hats is a teaching mentor at teaching residents at Teachers College. Shamari and I both worked for the organization, and one of the things that we had for that, for us to be the mentors we needed to be in affinity with each other. So like the group was divided, you know, like Black folks, we had the Black section, and you know, every month was Black History Month. But thinking about like questions that we had about our own identities, the Curare work, like the questions we had about our own identities, and then creating that space for us to vent and to ask, like, how am I going to help my teacher to show up as their full Black selves in this class without repercussions from administration? And so I think the question about Black queer spaces existing come from us creating affinity spaces broadly. And I think that's the stepping stone towards non-commercial ballroom spaces in classes in schools.
Well, thank you very much. It's very appreciated that you're here. Everybody give a clap. All right. And so, hang on camera.
Okay. Oh, also, follow me on social media. I'm not on Twitter as much as I used to be, but I do need to make a comeback. But if you want to see things that like I'm tweeting about, I mean not tweeting about, but posting on the gram, besides food options, follow me. Also email me, rrobinson@jj.cuny.edu. And if you forget any of this, if you remember this, that's also my Gmail. So Robert P. Robinson is the portal to multiple forms of communication with me. All right.
So thank you. This concludes our third Black Solidarity Conference. Hope for many more. If you liked what was going on here, and this goes for the people watching online too, tell the college, fund us so that we can continue to do this and make partnerships across the Hudson Valley. Thank you all again.
How do we tell the college?
So. Oh no, so letters of support are extremely helpful, I think, because it allows somebody like me sharing Black history to make good and solid arguments about how things like this have a positive community impact. And then that way I don't have to give you his email. You can email me. I'll take them, I'll compile them together. So that is willie.morris@sunydutchess.edu. If you have the flyer, it is on the flyer. So again, thank you so much for being here, and write me some letters of support. Thank you.